T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Stars upon times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the Hedgies! Screw them! Good morning, guys. The title for the morning this morning. Oh, man. Somebody's going to get in a screwing. Hedgies, you have 1 week left. Prepare for your crow. Prepare. Take big bites, because it's coming. It's a-coming. It's a-coming. You be eating some crow. Let's check this out here. Adam Aaron says 2 hours ago, our new AMC preferred equity starts trading on August 22nd on the New York Stock Exchange. This may be him saying that the approval is completed. It sounds like it's a done deal. Symbol is Ape. It caused a whole new round of meme creativity. This one is just hysterical. I'm still laughing, by the way. Avatar 2 by The Way of the Water opens in December, a fabulous movie. And of course, there you have Adam Aaron as an avatar. We got some talented people in the Apeverse. I think that's pretty cool. 1 week, Hedgies. 1 week. I know it always used to be 2 weeks. It still is 2 weeks, but they have 1 week. They got 1 week left here. Tim, all right, changing your mod status. Sorry to hear about your phone, man. That kind of sucks. Let's see here. Tater Tot said something, but Tim he said good morning, Casey, and Tim accidentally deleted it, Tater Tot, and he may have timed you out as well. Apologize about that. It'll only be 5 minutes. It'll be over shortly. Yeah, that sucks, man. John, I always thought that the whole Avatar tail thing was kind of weird. It was kind of weird, right? Like, I mean, I'm glad it's not just me that was thinking that, because I don't think I ever had the courage to talk about it before openly about how weird I thought it was that they were like hooking their tails up to animals, but then they were using them for other things too. I was like, what? What's going on? Wait a minute. Didn't he just use his tail for like, yeah. Okay, yeah, that was weird. It was a really weird, I guess, function that they gave the avatars. Let's see. Arthur Martin says, "Good morning, Casey. It's going to be a green Friday." Well, let's hope for it. That'd be nice. In regards to in regard, it was weird. It was like they were connected with everything, right, John? Like they were connected with the whole everything. Let's. I'm trying to move on from this. All right, let's talk about where we're at on a synthetic price failure. We hit a low of 2073 by 8.9. I don't have a date yet for when that low, if that was the bottom, or oh yeah, I do. Actually, I do have a date for that. I got to look back to when we hit when we broke up to our most current highs. So I won't actually have that number until after we hit our most current high. But 2073 was our last low at 20, which was 24.6% down. 2625 is our current high, but we just broke that just now, so it's 2638. So we're still hunting for new highs. Synthetic price failure at this point would put us down to about 2124. Remember that synthetic price failures can happen in a single day. Sometimes it takes 2 days. And then, depending on how bad of a percentage drop it is, it could take up to a week to get down to 35 or 40%. So just keep that in mind that those are always a possibility. But we are at 2638. Let me see here. When did we hit that last low at 2073? Okay, we hit this on 810. So I'm going to fill in that date. So basically to get from, and this is a good example, this is a good example of a price failure right here, a synthetic price failure. When we went from 2750, it took us 2 days. Essentially, it took us 2 days to get from 2750 down to 2073, and that was basically the 9th and the 10th. And then to get back up to 2638, we're now 2 days later. So we've gone up 27.3% 2 days later. Actually, I guess 3 days. The way I'm counting it, it would be technically be 3 days, but yesterday I was really happy to see it made my it brought up my spirits a little bit to see that we weren't hitting the same algorithmic pattern, and we didn't end out the day where I thought we were going to end out. So that was really good. Made me feel so much better. Let me just show that to you guys real quick where that was at, what that looked like. Way higher, right? So the algorithm would have had us closing it somewhere around like 2367. We ended up closing at like 2539. So there was some kind of deviation from the algorithm. Oh, I can't say it. From the algo. There was some kind of deviation from the algo right around 1407 ish time frame yesterday, and we deviated from it pretty decently, and it stayed that way, which was nice. Because we had been following that same kind of pattern, whether it be flipped or mirrored, for ever since Monday, essentially. So it was good. It was good to see something change. I've got a couple more minutes here before I can start taking a look at the numbers, guys. Let me go through and read what you guys are saying here. Mitch, good morning. Arthur, good morning. MG Toe, good morning to you. Casey's broken mug. I don't know what it'd take you 2 minutes for, but good morning. Nasir, good morning to you. I'm just saying good morning to whoever I see right now. Tank Dog, Casey, I sent you a screenshot from Webull and an idea what this dividend message is about. I saw when I first opened up Webull this morning, I see right here, there's a dividend listing right next to AMC, and it says when you hover over it, if it'll say it. Come on, say it. Dividend per share 0.01 X date 8/12/2022, which we know that's not right. There's nothing right about that. Let me check the DMs and see what you're talking about here. But I want to talk. I want to talk about a different topic real quick. Just because there are some discerning, discouraging things that I saw last night on the Discord. Uh, if you guys, I'm gonna try to keep this like it doesn't matter who you may think I'm talking about you. I'm not. I'm talking in general here. If you guys have a problem with somebody, it is so much better for you to work it out in private than to keep it public. Try to keep those like person to person issues less public. And I know this is on the eve of me basically like telling Lou to get better, bro, but uh, but you know what I'm saying though. You know what I'm saying. Like let's try to keep some of that stuff. Let's try to keep some of that stuff private. I don't care how you feel. That's great. If you don't like a person, then don't be around them. But the rest of us don't really care about whether or not you have an issue with them. And so there are some just very very discouraging things that were said yesterday on my Discord about others in the community, and I won't take that. I just won't take it. I'm not going to let that happen. So I'm going to say the same thing here. Going forward, you're going to see a little bit something different going on forward with how I treat things around here. Just because I've seen and heard some things that are really kind of upsetting to me, and so I want to see each other, treating each other with respect is going to be a high importance for me. Really, really high importance. If I have to police you guys, or like step in the middle and be like, hey, let's go, work it out, kind of thing, fine. But have some kind of level of respect for each other. I don't care if you have a difference of opinions. That happens. It happens in life. Get over it. Nobody's going to agree, but we do agree on something, and that's what we're doing here. So try to focus on the things that we do agree on, and not the things we disagree on. The second part to that is this. I've got the rule in here, and I've had it in here forever. Do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC. I am going to crack down on this so hard, so hard. Like, not even funny. One warning. Second time will be a silence. Third time, you're gone. It is it. No more. Done. I know I've been really, really kind of relaxed on it. It's the only really rule that like I care the most about. And I'm seeing too many people in retail chasing stuff that is just it's BS. It's BS, and it's just like I'm tired of it. I don't want to hear about it. I'm not here, not in this spot. So I don't want to see any more tickers being thrown up there. I don't care who you are. If you're a moderator, it doesn't matter. You're gone. That's it. You're gonna get 2 warnings, and you're done. And I'm taking lists and names. So let this be a warning to you guys because I'm dead serious about this, guys. Dead serious. I want this to be a safe place for us. So, just throwing that out there. This is Dad Casey time. I'm going to put my foot down on this one. Let's see here. Good morning, Ray. Don't even try to test me on it myself. Don't even. If I feel like you're trying to test me on it, I'm just going to kick you straight out. Like I'm dead serious on this one. This one's going to be like I'm going to be pissed. Pissed. Especially if you've already had warnings in the past. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead serious on this. Test me. Test me, I promise. I promise I will keep my promise. Test me on it. All right. Moving on. Moving on. Suit's like, audio listener here, what's our price? 26.48. 26.48 is our price right now. Starts off as Tana says, it sounds like you're. Dude, I'm seeing retail. I'm seeing some messages about retail losing some serious money on these shiny things on the side of the road, and it's pissed me off because I know you guys are talking about this stuff on the side when I'm not watching, and it's like, and I don't want to. I don't want to feel responsible for that. I don't want to feel responsible for people going off and making bad decisions on investing in some of the shiny crap that they throw on the side of the road to try and attract us away from what it is that really matters here. So I guess that's my problem. I just don't want to see that. I don't want to be a place for the shiny things to be seen. Because if you want to go look it up, you can go look it up anywhere. You can find it on like every other channel's talking about that stuff. You can find that information. No, I haven't covered it yet. I'm getting to it here. All right, let's look at it. Let's see. I mean, I'm not too worried about the Weeble message, but let's take a look at it. I know I've got a posting of it in here somewhere. Hold on a second. Let me find it. Here we go. I think Tim posted it to me here. So I think many of you guys may have posted it. Corporate action. This has been canceled. AMC reported a USD.01 share supplementary dividend ex-dividend on Friday, August 12th, 2022. ET disclaimer: the above information is for reference only and does not constitute an investment recommendation. Guys, ignore it. Just ignore it. They don't know what they're doing yet. They still don't know what they're doing yet. Let these brokers have some time to figure things out, and they'll get it down. They'll figure it out eventually. They got 1 week left. They only have 1 week left. I almost guarantee you guys that the 22nd will not be. There's going to probably be some kind of delay on the 22nd, more than likely. But I wouldn't worry about it. A buddy of mine was sent a message by his broker that they'll need 7 days to give him his Ape shares. This is gonna create a lot of havoc, guys. It's gonna create a lot of havoc, and they're gonna have a lot of like strange messages that come out here and are confusing, and just let it just kind of like just toss them over your shoulder. Try not to be afraid by them. It's not our worry. We don't have to worry about it. They're the ones that need to worry about it. I would say that Adam Aaron's tweet right here, he sent it out this morning. He said 1 hour, or maybe it's 2 hours ago. He said 2 hours ago, our AMC preferred equity starts trading on August 22nd on the New York Stock Exchange. Symbol is Ape. This sounds like approval. This sounds like an approval to me. So I told you guys he would probably post when it got approved. I haven't found it yet. I haven't had any chance. I mean, he just posted that like 2 hours ago. AMC holder says, my broker said it could take a few days. Yeah, it probably is going to take him a few days. These guys are, I'm telling you, man, these institutions are panicking. They're really going like, oh crap. Like, what was the Christmas story? Oh, fudge. Only it wasn't the F word that I said. Or only it wasn't fudge that I said. I said the mother of all mother of words, the F word. I should play that clip. I should play that clip, except for I'll probably get some kind of content strike. But yeah, I mean, so what you guys are saying is good stuff in here, right? If you want to contact your broker and find out what the heck, give them a call. Give them a call and find out. Say, what the heck, guys? What's going on? Poop is funny. All right, let's take a look at our numbers at 6:30. That's a great question, Tano. I don't know which brokers are going to be the ones that will allow trading, but we can try calling around and seeing which ones. We could try doing that as a project, collectively going around and finding out which ones will allow trading or buying. I should say buying. Let me log into my broker here. Let me also throw on my glasses. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. Also, mods, if you're listening, I'm gonna need your guys' help to crack down on this issue. I haven't even contacted the mods about this yet, but and it actually makes me realize that I need to have like a place where the mods can go together and talk about things as just the mods. So I'll probably be creating something on the Discord later where it's just mod only chat room where we can sit and talk about problems or issues that we are seeing or popping up. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna need help policing this stuff, guys. All right, the glasses are clean. Oh yeah, that's nice. It's nice having clean glasses. Last night they were super dirty before I took them off. Two-factor authentication. I've got mine going on here. Test it out on your platform if you have it, and if you don't like it, don't use it. Alrighty, let's see what's going on here. Good morning, Michael. Fidelity added preferred share trading this week. Hayden says, I don't think they're confused. In my opinion, they're trying to figure out a way to counter it because they know their share count. Yeah, I agree, man. They're panicking. Uh, you're right. They're not confused. They're panicking. Yeah. There's going to be some strange messages that we're going to be seeing. I'm positive. All right, let's see. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen, and we're going to go through the price. We're going to go through everything. Let's see. What do we got here? What is this? Discord. Let's put this over here. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tallies. Let's see. I had 24.50 to 27.50. We ended 25.46 yesterday. Eric had 24 to 27. Keto had 22.78 to 25.78, and Monty had 28.15 to 31.15. Everybody but Monty gets a price prediction tally point. Let's see here. Monty's been super bullish. I know he's one of these days. Monty's going to be right, and the rest of us are all going to be wrong. And he knows, he sees what's coming. He's just not sure when it's going to happen. Oops, did I just? Yeah, that was right. So we got a three-way tie going into Friday, which means that every single one of us with a two score, we could potentially end the week in a four-way tie. And the way that can happen is if Keto, myself, or Eric all miss, and Monty gets it right and has the closest average price to. Oh no, if he got it right, he would just get the single point. It would be a tiebreaker between Eric, myself, and Keto. All right, Monty, you're out of the running. I forgot about that. So it'd just be Eric, myself, and Keto for average price. Whoever's got the average price closest will be the tiebreaker. And man, I can't believe how low we're going into this week with points here. This is it's been a rough week to try and guess. Short exempt volume day over day. Let's check that out. 653,000 shares. That will continue to get lower, go lower and lower so long as SSR is not tripped. We had an increase in price yesterday of 7.56, making that 2 of 3. One second. Got to format the cell. Short exempt volume is going to continue to go lower and lower if SSR isn't tripped, or unless we get massive amounts of volume just piling in. I do want to note we had what did we trade yesterday? 82 million shares traded yesterday, I think. Let me see. What was the final number? 79 million shares traded yesterday. I was kind of looking at some of the data and on the Vortex indicator and RSI on the I think it was the hourly, and it's very, very similar to the 28th setup. Only there was so much more volume on the 28th of May last year. And I know why the difference is there, because a lot of people have DRS their shares, so it's going to minimize how much volume can be traded back and forth on the lit market. But that's the only difference. The only difference is we've got just super, super low volume. Taking a look at utilization. Utilization is reporting 100% still. Date on it's August 11th, so that is day number 129. 129 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Max pain yesterday was 21. Yeah, I'm going to say it's going to be 22 today. Maybe even 23. Yeah, 22. 22 is what it is. Institutional ownership. Institutional ownership was 189.94 million as of yesterday. Let's refresh that and see what it is now. 189.706. It is dropping. This is actually a good thing, guys. One of the things that I told you before is that we don't need to sell our shares. Institutions do. They're the ones that need to sell their shares first. And so it's good. It's good to be, to me, it's good to see them starting to sell a little bit here. 189.706. Shares on loan are up to 140.18. We'll take a look and see how much that is day over day in here just a minute. Estimated short share interest of the free float's at 18.21, which is up. And let's see here. I think I skipped over off exchange. Final numbers on off exchange yesterday were 57.22 through the off exchange and 11.76 through the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 68.98% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. The NYSE ARCA is back down to normal levels. Actually, most everything traded at normal levels yesterday, so it looks like they're done shuffling shares around inside the market right now. We saw a lot of disruption over the last week in the off exchanges. Taking a look at the options losers down at a what strike price is it? $40 strike price, and I know they opened up 41s, but I'm just looking at the $40 strike prices. Yesterday we had 26.7 thousand contracts. Today we have 27.1. Highest amount of open interest on the calls is at a $25 strike price. Just barely, because it's really, really close at 30. But yesterday there was 21.7 thousand contracts at 25. There's now 19.9, which means that some people were collecting on their money, which is good. You never know what's going to happen overnight. Some people are probably going to be upset, going like, I could have made more money because it's going up in the aftermarket and pre-market hours. Don't ever think like that. You can't. If you're trading like that, you're not doing it right. You gotta pull out your money when you can on those options. You never know what's going to happen overnight. Let's see here. Puts. We've got highest amount of volume is currently at $25 strike price. So we have no spread on our call and put strike prices. There was, hold on a second. At $20 yesterday, there was 8.2 thousand contracts. Today, the winner is 25 for 7.4 thousand contracts. So puts are closing out their positions as well. And there's no spread. Zero spread on the open interest, call and strikes. All right, give me a second to move some screens and we'll continue on with looking at the data. There's your utilization for 129 straight trading days of 100% utilization. We'll zoom in on this a little bit here. On loan amount, increasing day over day from 132 to 140. $7.8 million shares added. Let me write this down. 7.8 million shares added to on loan amounts. And our short interest increased by 17.67 to 18.21. It increased by 0.54. Which means that of the 7.8 million in new shares on loan, about I'm just going to put 2.78 of that was likely short interest. Not necessarily, but estimated. With a big increase on loan amount, I would expect to see a big dip on loan average age per day, which I see. You guys know what happens when this number starts to dip. Anytime you see on loan average age per day dipping, that means another big price increase incoming. Our last price increase that was supposed to come by the 11th. It's happened already. So let's see when our next one's going to be, because we've got another dip happening here on loan average age per day. Security lending volume day over day rose back up again, almost double. It went from 14.41 million shares security lending volume yesterday to 2 days ago to 29.3 million in security lending volume. So another spiking in security lending volume. These are all bullish looking numbers. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was in 5th yesterday with a 52% buy to 48% sell ratio. GME coming in at 26th with 60% buy to 40% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $22.91 today. Shares available to borrow. I forgot to take a screenshot last night again. Shares available to borrow looks like mainly return. Oh, actually, you know what? It goes up to 2,300 last night. So We can see most of what they did from like almost basically midnight going forward. Looks like mainly returns. Looks like they got up to 750,000. Let's figure this out here. There's 100,000 borrowed right there, roughly. 400,000 here, so 500,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday I only saw about 1.15 million. This is a 6.5% fee. There's currently 134.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 75.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 105.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. VIX is down 0.79 in the futures. The markets are kind of looking like maybe about a third of a percent up. Yeah, almost all of them, somewhere between a third and almost a 0.5% up in the morning. So we're looking at a green morning. Mixed markets overall last night. Shanghai was down 0.15. Shenzhen was down 0.44. Everything else was up by 0.3, 0.4, about how much we're looking to be up in the futures. We have, let's see, Tesla is up so far this morning in the pre-market 0.75%. Amazon is up 0.55. Cinemark is down 0.82. Doge is down 1.14. Bitcoin is down 0.96. GME is up 1.44. HYMC is up 1%. HUD is up 0.38. NCMI is up 1.88. And AMC is up 3.89%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had $74 million more in inflow than outflow. We have about 13 minutes left of the pokey stick of volume, and we've traded 98,000, basically 100,000 shares so far. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.55, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.22, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.33, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.10, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.04, which is signaling overbought. Ichimoku on the 4-hour. Price came out of the cloud and is almost an immediate buy. We're starting to almost touch down on the conversion line, which is just underneath the price currently, which is, it's not quite touching yet, but it's getting close. Baseline is pretty far down below. Lagging line is above price line. This could be a buy. This looks like a buy signal to me. On the 4-hour, lagging line is above price line. Price would have to, within the next well, I guess by middle of Monday, we have to be over 27.50 for the lagging line to not touch the price line. We have the conversion line above the base. This kind of does appear to be a buy signal again. I would be weary as an investor. I don't know if I would have bought back in. Like if I was day trading or swing trading this, I would look at this and say, I'm not sure. Because you got pretty hot RSI, although it could go higher on a 4-hour, but you do have some pretty decent buying and selling pressure going on at the same time. It's kind of, I'd rather see the selling pressure heading downwards, meaning that there's no selling pressure, but there does appear to be selling pressure at this point. but it's moving pretty nicely. I mean, this overall, this is not a bad signal, other than the fact that the price had come down and touched the baseline. $26.56 is a magic number that we need to get through, and right now we're at $26.52. That is a level of resistance that we're trying to punch through. $26.59 is a new high. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Janito, good morning. Tano says, for those who started to watch, don't talk about any stocks other than AMC or something that's related to AMC in some kind of way. I'm going to be super, super harsh going forward with bans and silences on this channel on that. It's the one rule that I do have, and it's not being respected very well. So I'm going to crack down on it. Haze Monster. Yo says, at Haze Monster, you know, brother, next 2 weeks, beware of airborne sinks. Those sinks are going to be incoming. Unfortunate Potato says, do you think that they are now concerned about dropping the kitchen sink? Look, I mean, the only way that they can really make good money on the kitchen sink is to throw it when the price is rising up quickly. And I'm talking like in the hundreds, right? Like if you paid, think about this for a second. If you paid $14 for 70 million shares, right? And I'm just as an example. If you paid $14 for 70 million shares, would you throw that kitchen sink at $50? Or would you throw it at 150? Because that's one hell of an increase to throw a kitchen sink at 150 versus 50. And that's a lot of money that you could be making off of those shares. Dre Mullen says, morning Casey, almost up $1. Is it Christmas? No, it's not Christmas. But it's funny you should ask the guy that people were calling Santa for a while. It took you guys like, I think it probably was like March before you guys started dropping the whole Santa thing. Haze Monster says brokers need to find the shares to match up to the Ape shares they owe us. A recall has begun, and so has the buying. I think the buying already started. I don't know about if there was forced recalls on shares. I mean, that's pretty much a margin call. And I think you're going to see way more buying pressure than what we're seeing yet. So I don't know that those, but I do expect there to be recalls happening on loan shares. Aaron, congratulations. You get to be the first person for the day that gets removed. That will be your first warning. Happens again, I will silence you. Happens again, and I will ban you from the channel. And you get to make my handy dandy little notebook. Congratulations. But welcome to the channel. Read the rules. Yeah, I don't understand that. Michael says, Casey, please explain why if some claim to have money in the stock, then bash it. It doesn't make any sense, does it? It makes no sense at all. Like, why in the world would you say like negative things about a stock that you're invested in? That makes zero sense whatsoever. Like if you legitimately wanted to make money on your position, then you would be promoting your position, not not trash talking it. Yeah, see, well here's my opinion, Cuddy Cut. Like it literally like if you want to like go and find out about a different ticker, there's like probably half a dozen other live streams that are going on right now that you could go to. But this is the one that says AMC, and they come here and they want to talk about it, and it's just like, oh, no, it's not going to happen anymore. I'm done with it. And those people they could I don't know why. Why would you? I don't know. If you, I can only think of one reason why I would go around telling people about another stock ticker or even advertising about it, is because I was in it and I was trying to push it. And normally, I think there's trading rules on that you have to disclose that you're in a position before you go around telling people something like that. And I don't see anybody coming in here and disclosing their positions. All I see is, just people throwing out random information. PC3 says, "Do you think they'll drive up price up and try to get us to sell before Ape comes out?" That's what I've been saying for a while. I do. I do think that. Yeah. Pro Jeweler says Judge Casey. Jules, it's not available yet. You won't see it until it's available. But when it is available, you'll see it just like you see anything else. Saint Monet's dad, good morning to you. No such thing as a dumb question around here, Dre, unless you've asked it twice. Yes. Whenever the bands do get closer together, that means that you're getting consolidation, and that means that it's about ready to explode one way or the other. So yes, that is very, very astute observation of yours. I mean, Alan, like what? I mean, I guess it depends on like what do you consider properly taking off? Because like I don't know. I feel like if you look at how much we've gone up over like the last week. Let's see. Hold on a second here. Since 727, which was 1382, we're up to 2659. Oh, 2634. So I mean, you could do the math. Let me do it for you though. Hold on. On 727, we hit a low of 1382, and our high right now is 2634, which is an increase of 90.6%. Here's our pokey stick of volume. We had 100,000 shares going in our pokey stick of volume, and we're looking at almost a tripling. No, definitely a tripling of volume. This is gonna be a high volume day today, guys. Mitch, good morning to you, sir. Oh, no, 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 no. Tech we love. You could say anything you want to say. I mean, I'm not saying you can't say that. I'm just saying like it doesn't make sense to me to bash. What it would make sense to me, Tech we love, is for you to just go and contact investor um, investor relations, and let them know about your experience. See, that would be the smart thing to do, right? You're an investor. Instead of going into public and saying like, I went to this movie theater, it was trash, and it was so loud, and there was nobody there, and I couldn't get help. Like like I wouldn't say that publicly. What I would do is I would go to investor relations and I would report it because you want your company to become better. You don't want to sit there and be an advertisement for why it was bad. You want to be helpful to what it is that you're invested in. And instead of just being a negative Nelly, it would be more beneficial for you to try and make the company better by doing something proactive to help the company. Makes sense, right? Be a problem solver, not a problem maker. Boo says, "Good morning. How would they know the exact number of people who didn't get the Ape shares?" That is a very, very good question, and I've been pondering that myself. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. Monty, 29.17 to 34.17. I'm rooting for you, Monty, man, because let me tell you, I know there's going to be a day. One of these days, you're going to nail it right on the head, Monty, and the rest of us are all going to be wrong. And I'm rooting for that day. Only you can't have that. Oh yeah, we're above 25. You're right. You get a $5 price range. You're right. Good call. Good call, sir. 29.17 to 34.17. We are above $25, and I told the guys that they would have a $5 price range to guess within. Monty, you're so smart, man. You're like a hawk. You are a hawk. You're a hawk, Koch. You're so man. You're sharp. Let's see. Nothing gets past Monty. Pro Jeweler says, get your broker's phone numbers ready for the 22nd. Mitch, oh, I already said Mitch, good morning. Myself says, since 1/8/2022, we are up 75%. I haven't come up with a volume prediction yet. I'm still thinking about it here. Casey, is it T90 on getting Ape to us? I have not heard that. That can't be the case. I cannot even imagine that would be the case. If it is, it's news to me. How many shares do you believe they have to short today? Well, they've only borrowed 500,000 so far, so it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but they did borrow quite a bit yesterday. Maggie, I mean, Adam Aaron put out a post that I was expecting to see once it had been approved. I wouldn't be surprised if we find out a little bit later today that there's been an approval. I haven't seen anything yet, but I haven't even really looked at it. Hey, sorry, Aaron. It's the rules. The rules are the rules. If you can't follow them, go someplace else. If you like it here, though, other than that, you're welcome to stay. What will the dog be doing in 2 weeks? I'll tell you what the dog's going to be doing in 1 week. It's going to be eating crow. Jeff says, so the current run up before Ape is to get as many people out, take profit as possible. That would be my guess, Jeff. That's what I'm kind of thinking or banking on. Can I get a screw the Hedgies, Casey? Screw him! Screw him! Screw the Hedgies. 19 by the close of the 19th, Kaylee. Close of the 19th will get you should get you an ape. Harry says, I hope my question makes sense. If a broker does not give us the shares, ape shares, by the day they come out and they give them to us 5 days, 20 days later, at what price will they be giving us the shares, whatever the market price is at that time? Yeah. And that answer right there should make you go like, say what? That's right. That's right. Every single day you're gonna be on that phone, talking to your broker, being like, dude, where's my car? Every single day you're gonna be like, dude, I don't have no car today, man. Where the hell's my car? Maggie says, "Have you heard that the NYSE wants to reroute our orders to wholesalers? CEO of NYSE is married to." Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't really done any investigating into that yet, Maggie, but I have heard about it. The date of your purchase is the date on the Ape shares, not the 22nd. I'm not sure what that. I'm not sure if I'm following what you mean there, John, but the date of your purchase is the date on the Ape shares, not the 20. I'm not sure if I understand that. Yeah, that's right, Pumpy. You're gonna call those guys up and be like, dude, where's my Lambo? I was supposed to have a Lambo delivery on the 22nd and I didn't get it. And every single day you're gonna be calling those guys and you're gonna be reporting them, reporting your broker to who, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out who we should report them to here soon. Massalorian, good to see you, man. Screw the government. Roadster Guy says, I really thought the share lending would stop with the Ape dividend announcement. Why would you be lending your shares out? I have a feeling you're going to see share recalls eventually, Roadster Guy. I have a funny feeling about how that probably will work out. Tech we love. I mean, the brokers can really kind of they can just without any notice they can just actually kick you out of your relationship with them in doing business. So I mean, they have a lot of power over what they can control. The thing that gets me is that you could short Ape since it's a stock on top of them, not knowing how much to buy back. On top of Adam with over 1 billion Ape shares that he could drop at any time. Actually, he's only going to have 480. I think it's like just a little over 400. I mean, I got a number for you. It's 483,179,405 to be exact, unless he converts more. But that's not in the books, and at least he said that they don't have any plans on doing that. So your Ape shares date of purchase is same as your. Yes, that's correct. That would make more sense to me the way you just said that, Ro. I think I understand that better. I forgot what Adam Aaron said about taxes, but I think I'm not the tax guy, so I'm not going to comment on that. I really don't know anything about the taxation of it, but I think that there is some. I don't know. I'm not even going to comment on it because I'm not a tax guy. Hey, Cat Zone, you're welcome. $483 million. Yeah, what MOASS said. And what earnings? I think you meant earnings, and I would assume that it would report AMC's earnings. It's tied to AMC. Morning, everyone. It's coming along. Actually making my last trip with stuff from old to new place. This is it. Thanks for asking. How far are you having to travel to get stuff from one place to the other? Yes, yes, guys. I cannot stress enough to you. Don't be belligerent with your brokers, please. There's they will put notes in your profile about your general attitude with them. Be very, very professional with your brokers. There's no reason to yell. There's no reason to cuss. There's no reason to do anything other than be extremely professional with them as though they were somebody that you worked with on a daily basis, because you do work with them on a daily basis. You just don't think about it like that in those terms. When you call them up, you have respect, just like you would have respect for anybody that you would be treated at work. Now, maybe some of y'all cuss at each other at work, but but this is white collar world we're talking about here, and they cuss too. But no, I'm serious. When you go in there and you talk to your brokers, you make sure that you're very, very businesslike. Keep it very formal, to the point, and no need to berate them or make them feel bad. Remember, the person on the other side of that line is just another person. They're just another person, guys. They're one of us. Believe it or not, they're one of us. It could be your brother, it could be your sister, it could be your mom, your dad. They don't deserve to be berated. It's not their fault. It's the company's fault. No, we're talking like, Jules. We're saying if you don't get your Ape shares, like if they don't show up on the 22nd when they're supposed to, then what we're suggesting is that you should be calling them up and asking and inquiring why you aren't receiving your shares. What about sending your brokers paper bags with turds? Probably not a good idea either. I wouldn't do that. Massalorian says, good advice, case you don't want to be on the broker's bad side and they don't want to sound unsophisticated as retail. That's right. That's right. But yeah, I mean, seriously, it's just another person on the other end of the line. So no, like, where the F is my Lambo? Uh, if you don't get, we're not calling them. Well, I mean, I'm just suggesting, man, that if you don't get your Ape shares on the 22nd, that you should be calling your broker daily to find out the status of why you're not getting your shares. I would keep documented records of when you called them, and then at some point or another, we'll probably be directing our phone calls also to. And I'm making assumption that we're not going to be getting our shares. There may be some people that don't, but we should be directing any complaints to probably the SEC, in regards to not receiving the shares that we're owed. So, I would say that we'll probably have like two phone calls a day to make if you don't have those shares by the 22nd. You'll be calling up. I'm assuming the SEC right now. I'll look into it a little bit more for investor fraud, who to call, but investor relations as well. I've heard some people say that that you should call investor relations with AMC. That's probably another phone number that we'll be calling, or at least sending out an email. We could send an email to investor relations. Somebody asked earlier, how's AMC going to know how many shares are in addition to what was been distributed? How will they know how many extra shares? If we all send an email who haven't received their shares yet, then they could compile that data together and be able to put together a tally of how many people have not received shares by the 22nd, and would give them a pretty darn good idea on how many shares are not in existence that are supposed to be. And I'll make sure I have all those numbers for you guys ready to go. Don't you worry. I'll have it ready to go. And if we got to call them together, we'll call them together. If we, or if I can just give you guys, maybe I'll put it up. I'll pin it up every single day in the chat. Yeah, John says the whole real fake share thing is FUD. I agree. Whether they are there or not, and if it shows in your account, you have them. That's your broker's problem. I totally agree with that. Billy says I bought 1,500 in a coincidence and took them an hour to process. When went through dropped, I would have made thousands. I'm lost on that. I feel like I missed something else you might have written there. A lot of shares to be borrowed today. Over 130 days of 100% utilization, but they can't find shares. Synthetic printer is busy. Yes. Burr. Call Ghostbusters for ghost shares. John says, if your broker is not going to give you the shares you are owed, you are able to speak with their compliance officer and file a report, then follow up with the SEC. And then so I think that's all great advice. In fact, not only is it great advice, I'm going to copy it down and make sure that we have that. I'll have that information ready and available for people to be able to do that. And then we'll also contact investor relations with AMC. Millions. There's if you go to Reddit and you type in well, actually, first off, I'd have to ask you a question. There's only like two brokers that actually really straight direct orders to the lit market. But if you want to do that, I would go to Reddit and just type in your broker name and then direct order. Oh, you did say Fidelity. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, you have Fidelity on there. So go to yeah, hold on. I'll do it for you. I'll provide you the link. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I feel like I've provided this link before. I wonder, maybe I should just put it in my description. I think I'll do that. If it's not already in the description up top, I'll put it in there. Give me 1 second here. Come on, computer. All right, give me a second, guys, while I try to respond to this. Let's see. So there's two different ways. So I'm gonna send you two different links here. Hmm. Yeah, this is the one I like to give right here. Okay, so this first one is if how you're doing it through a computer. So there's two different links that I'm going to give you. So this one's if the first one's for a PC, and then this one if you're going to be doing it through your phone. Both of those should help you do what it is that you wanted to do. All right, I had to skip through a bunch of comments there, guys. If I missed your comments, just rewrite them, I guess, because I'm not going to scroll back up. Sorry. Wait. Hold on a second. I got to answer this question. Walt says, for people complaining about the price of AMC being cut in half and shorts getting it cheap and easier to cover, remember that shorts are forced to cover the other half by paying Ape dividend. That is correct, and what's also to be said about that is that it's not easier it's not easier because it's going to be so let's say for example you have let me see if you have a put position at $10 for example, or if you have a short position at $10, I should say, not a put, but a short position at $10, then you would need then after the split you would have to have it would become $5. It would become $5 of AMC and $5 of Ape. So it should be like a 50-50 split. So it doesn't make it any easier. I'm not really sure where it comes from, the idea that it makes it easier. I think people are just trying to do the math on one side and they're not doing the math for both sides. Like they're not including the math to do the division on both sides of the equation. John says, buy the offering. You are entitled to shares, not cash. If your broker is trying to give you cash, you need to call them and tell them you want the shares. This is why you need to be off margin. Agreed. Some brokers are, I don't know that that's the case, Jabibs, for everybody. I think some brokers are still allowing people to buy Ape, but it doesn't matter. As long as people are holding it, there shouldn't be a problem. Casey, can you talk about options already purchased after 8/22 being 50% Ape and 50% AMC? That's it. There's nothing else to be said. I'm not sure what you want to know. If I exercise my options today or Monday, let's see, what's today's date? Today's only the 12th. It wouldn't be until the 15th. So anything that was done to an option today would have no effect, no bearing on Ape whatsoever, because today's the 12th. Any position you would have to hold your position until after the 22nd in order for you to have any kind of ape tied amount to your option play. Whatever, Jordan. It's no celebrity. Get out of here. Who are going to buy Ape if they know we're going to sell AMC, but they run in tandem? This is like they're about to pull the rug. I don't understand who's they. I don't know what you mean by pulling the rug. I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Jay says, why not sell your AMC shares? Well, there's a lot of different reasons why, Jay, that you wouldn't want to sell your shares on the 19th. If you've been holding for over a year, then there's so many reasons I can't even list them all. They're like running through my head, and I can't even stay on one long enough to give you all the reasons. The very first reason is that you're going to lose your tax exemption if your long-term holding tax exemption if you have one. Number two reason, you will be considered a wash sale and you'll get taxed on that buying and selling of there's the selling and buying rebuying back in. Number three, don't for a minute think that you'll be buying back in at half the price and you'll be getting more shares, but you would have gotten more shares for free anyways. So it doesn't increase your shareholder position. Number four, buy and hold is the play because that's what creates maximum pain against what it is that we're trying to accomplish here in a squeeze. That's a fourth number reason why you shouldn't do it. Five would be I'm going to give you at least five because I'm struggling to come up with more than five. Let's see, five. Let's see if there's a fifth one out there, and I'm trying to remember what it is. Fifth reason is because you would never get your dividend. You would not get your dividend at all. Period. No dividend. Five great reasons why you wouldn't want to do that. Nobody can buy Beebs. Nobody can buy it until the 22nd. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to even talk about like why people can't buy. I mean, who cares? Nobody can buy it right now. Rewired says, imagine AMC gets diluted and all AMC value goes into Ape, the preferred equity share. Yeah, think about that. That's another reason. There you go. There's six. Apes R Us, good morning to you. Jack says we're conditioned to expect the worst in the market. That's true. So when will the hedgies start trying to short the hell out of AMC? Will it be on the 16th or the 22nd? Where are they going to find shares to short with? I think they're kind of screwed at this point. It's going to start getting really, really difficult to borrow. Cole, I would recommend that you not advertise how many. There are people who are targeted on here when they advertise how many shares they have. I would recommend probably not sharing that at all. It's nobody's business. But as far as not getting taxed a penny, you will see if you incur a wash sale on your account, there's going to be some kind of taxation or there should be some type of issue with you selling and buying back in. There will be some kind of penalty held against that. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that just because you're in an IRA account that you're exempt from a wash sale. I think that would be a very false statement to make. Apes R Us, I'd have to go back and check it out. I'm hazy on that, on what a wash sale is. I'd have to go back and check it out, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I'd have to go back and check. I could be wrong, but I'd have to go back and check and see. Why don't you look it up for me and come back and let me know? I'm not going to be doing a poll on whether people are buying Ape or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if people are buying or not. Ah, yes. Yes. That would be correct, Dogecoin. But if you were but if you did a wash sale, if you did a wash sale, your IRA account's not going to be exempt from a wash sale. Like I said, I'm not a tax guy, but I would definitely look into it though. AMC and Ape are not going to be running in tandem. The only point at which they will be running in tandem is when they first get initially split. That's it. I think it would be highly I mean, pros, I can't give you financial advice, but I think it would be insane to sell before getting a doubling of your shares. It would be absolutely insane. But it's your choice and it's your money. Uh, so, you can do whatever it is you want to do. I think personally that it would be insane for me to not get a doubling of my shares for free. For absolute free. I get a free rebuy into a play like this without having to do a darn thing. It would make no sense whatsoever to even think about selling beforehand. But I'll tell you what though, uh, pro, and I've said this time and time again, I'm watching what it is you guys are doing in the numbers. And if everybody's selling before the 22nd, then and it's like massive amounts of quantities of people that are selling, it's just a massive you know people getting out, then I'll follow suit. But it's not as long as everybody's holding, I'm holding with you. I'm going to watch the numbers and I'm going to see what everybody else is doing. I didn't really do my volume prediction yet, Mike. I said it like out loud that it was going to be a high volume day, but we had like it was like 400,000 shares. Because thanks for reminding me though, because I really didn't do it. I need to come up with a number though, and 400,000 is like I think I'm gonna go 60-80. No, I'm gonna go 70-90. 70-90 on my volume prediction. Thanks, Jojo. Oh, look at that, Jojo. We got a CPA amongst us here. What would a CPA always say? Not financial advice, or would they actually just say it and then? I guess it depends on the state you're in, right? It depends on what state you're licensed in. I would assume. Is that right? TG says don't call till the 24th. Yeah, that's funny. BioLife says, let's do a conspiracy poll. Do you think our IRS hiring 86,000 new agents due to the fact that IRS already has the AMC retail hit list? Probably. Break time, Jay says, all right, let me get to break. Let me try to read through the rest of these real quick here. I hold a long-term option for 16. My question is, since AMC and Ape are going to split, the value of the options also split. Example, 16 becomes $8 each. So it should be the valuation of Ape and AMC together. So I believe that's how it's going to be. I would call your broker on it. I mean, my understanding of the way that it's going to work is that you're going to go into that AMC one settlement queue, and I think the valuation is going to be the combined value of Ape and AMC. And in which case, I think maybe your strike price probably stays the same. But I'm not positive. I would leave that question for your broker. If everyone sells on the 22nd, how can we prove manipulation static shorting? Yeah, it wouldn't be very smart. Nasir says the IRS removed that job posting, and I also heard that Janet Yellen said that she told him to stand down or something like that on doing any kind of like uh, specific targeting of of the mid class. I don't know if that is true or not. I just read it somewhere. Oh no, you didn't raise my blood pressure, Jabibs. I'm good. I haven't had my coffee yet this morning. Watch out. Watch out. I'm gonna tell somebody to shut the hell up here in a minute. No, I just haven't had my coffee. Point Break Thor says I'm a CPA as well. The net of the story is that everyone's personal situation dictates answers. Nothing is simple. Thank you. Thank you for that. Are you in Texas? I might want to give you a call. Oh, Pennsylvania, darn. Will be considered an IPO? I mean, that's how it's been. That's how it's been kind of represented, but I don't think it's technically an IPO. So I'm not really 100% certain on that. I'd have to go back and look at the prospectus and read it. If you really want to know that answer, Rosalie, I would go to the prospectus and read how the verbiage in the prospectus. That's the S3. Actually, I have it listed here. I can give you the link to it. Hold on a second. I think I have the link. Yes, I do. And I don't recall there being an IPO. I'm trying to remember if when I read through it, I'm trying to remember if it said IPO specifically in there. We may offer and sell from time to time, and when we're offering shares of our Class A common stock. Let's see. I don't I don't remember them calling it an IPO per se. I'm just kind of looking over the page right here. I don't remember that verbiage. But if that should change, I'll let you know. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that anywhere listed. Let me give you the link to the prospectus. Boo, like you keep throwing stuff out here that just sounds like FUD though. No, it's not. You're getting double the amount of shares for the same valuation. Your value is not being lost. It's being split, but you're getting double the amount of shares. There's no value loss. It's like you're trying to look for negative things to say. Like find the positive in it. There's good things to be said about this. This is your investment here. No, I'm not kicking them. I'm not kicking. I'm just saying, like, find some positivity in your investment here. You're invested in the stock and you're trying to look for negativity. That doesn't really. I don't understand that. Like, you should be looking for the positive sides of this and trying to understand how it's either going to help you or if you're going to exit your position, one of the two, because those are your only choices. You either find the positive side in this and continue to hold, or you sell. You find the negativity and you find a reason that you finally enjoy enough to leave your position. That's what this comes down to. You're getting double the amount of shares for the same exact price. I don't know how you can't see that as positive. Morning, Casey. When Gasparino starts saying good things about AMC, you know you're on the right track. Yeah. I don't. That always kind of worries me a little bit, Abby. Now you want to start talking about me being negative. That's that. As soon as I saw Gasparino start being positive on it on AMC, I was like, oh man, like something's just reeked of being fishy, and I was like, maybe this is like a fake video or it's like old and it's not related to AMC. I don't know which. Uh, yeah, see, I don't. Doge Colt's asking, like, did he say something recent? I don't know if that was a recent video or not that I played the other day, and I'm not gonna go try to figure it out either. I don't really care one way or the other because the message that he was saying, even if it wasn't current, does apply to what it is that we're doing here. So we're getting two half-dollar coins instead of a $1 bill. That's right. But but those can move independently. Those 50-cent pieces. So by saying it's a 50-cent coin, you're making it sound like it can't be independently moving. So in other words, the valuation of one of those, or maybe even both of those, might be $100 bills. One might be a $100 bill, and one might be a $50 bill later. One might be convertible to turn it back into the other bill, and those bills are going to appreciate, and they're not going to be in unison, and they're going to have different things attached to them, different qualities, like one's being shorted and one's not. That is not true, Dan. Adam Aaron has 484 million roughly shares that he could potentially sell into Ape, but you know I'm not worried about that. If he were to sell those right now, he could completely wipe out the debt of the company and make it debt free and make it profitable and turn their balance sheet into something that's positive, which means that there would no longer be a short thesis any longer on AMC, and I'm okay with that. because it means that AMC doesn't get touched. But they have not converted the other 40 million preferred shares. I would say, Richard, in the beginning portion of the day, probably yes. It does seem like typically that we get short a little bit in the beginning half. Well, it's not really a ticker anymore if it got delisted, is it? I'll tell you what. I'll do this. I'll cut you a favor here, Jordan. If you're correct, if you're right about what it is that you're saying, and I look it up and it's been delisted, then I won't silence you and give you your first warning. If you're wrong, yep, it does say delisted. So it's not technically still running anymore, but yes, it does say that it's delisted. Redbox is delisted. And that is AMC related. So Jordan, you're good. Savvy says take your break. Savvy's like, go get your coffee, Casey. Casey, go drink that coffee quick. You're a little grumpy this morning. You know what? You're not wrong, Savvy. I'm gonna go take my break here, guys, and I'm gonna go get that coffee started because I still haven't had it yet. Caitlin, yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier this morning, but I'm letting you know I'm cracking down super hard on people talking about other tickers. Don't be that one because you get 2 warnings and you're out of here, and that's it. It's like done deal from now on. So be careful what you say. I'm gonna be cracking down super hard, and I'm gonna be watching. I will be watching when I'm away, guys. It counts for when I'm away now too, and I expect the moderators in here to moderate that and keep tallies. If you see it, let me know. But we're done talking about other tickers here. Mega Johnny says, grab a Snickers. All right, thank you. I'll do that. I wish I had some on hand. Maybe I would. Snickers with some coffee. That sounds pretty tasty. All right, let me put up my message and no joke, guys. I'm gonna be really, really super harsh. I'm coming down hard on people talking about other tickers. Other tickers get the Snickers. Oh, I did not put. Did I put an exclamation mark in there? Dang. All right. See you guys back at 8:15.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Good copy. All right, so let me explain something, Caitlin, real quickly here, because I really do want to have you a part of this community. I'm not trying to get rid of you. I'm not focused on you. I'm really not. This is about me hearing about stories about people losing money to some of these pump and dumps, and I'm genuinely concerned about our community. And let me give it a reason here for just a second. Do you know why the media refuses to say the names of school shooters sometimes, or people who have done terrorist attacks? And the reason for that is that because they don't want to give or promote what it is that they've done. And there's a very strong psychological attack that's happening here within the community. Yeah, I know, Caitlin, you're helpful. You're very, very helpful, but you don't understand where I'm going with this. These are psychological attacks on us. And by coming in and promoting those names, you're adding to the psychological attacks. I'm trying to get rid of them. I want your help. I want your help to get rid of the psychological attacks. Please help me. Don't fight me. We don't have to know about these other tickers. We just don't. We don't have to. There's nothing that we can gain from learning about those positions that is going to help us. I do look at the halts myself, Caitlin, and I don't look at them here for everybody to see. And you can look at them on your own time too. But let's not name them. Let's not give them a name. Don't give the terrorists a name. Let them go silent. Let the terrorists' names go silent. Please help me with this. I don't want to have to ban you, but I will. At the expense of losing one person, I will lose that one person over the psychological constant attacks on us as a group. No, I'm not banning her. She's still got one more chance. She's still got one more chance. And I'm okay with discussion. I don't have a problem with discussion. I enjoy having a conversation with two people or more. Arthur says his name is Robert Paulson. That's right. You just go ahead. That's a great example right there, Arthur. Caitlin, just call him Robert Paulson. Just put up another ticker that's halted, and then people can go out and search for it for themselves. Let them come to their own conclusions if they want to, right? Let them come to their own conclusions. I know you see it. I know I see it. Let other people see it for themselves. They can they can make their own determinations. I mean, just like none of us who are sitting here enjoying AMC ever had to know about AMC unless we researched it ourselves. And that's why we're here. Every single one of us are here because we did our own research and decided to be a part of this play. And now we're being psychologically attacked. And I'm not going to give it a name. I don't care who it is. I haven't contacted Elmo yet, but the vote was a positive yes on getting Elmo on here. So I got to reach out to Elmo still, but I haven't done it yet. Volume prediction for the day today is 70 to 90 million. I need to come up with my price prediction. Keto, let's see. Keto, I think, had his up here somewhere. Keto, I'm going to give you, and then actually Duncan had a really good point that we didn't get $5 when we were way up higher numbers. That was my mistake from before. Duncan, I should have given us a higher range. But Keto, you have a $5 range once we get over 25 bucks. Whoever gets the closest price point average is going to be the winner. We have a three-way tie. It's you, me, and Eric for today. So if you can give me a $5 price range, and actually I got to text Eric real quick here and tell him he's got a $5 range. Hold on 1 second. I gotta tell him it's a 3-way tie. All right, I'm gonna go with. All right, I got just a few minutes left here to check my numbers. Somebody watch for Keto's numbers for me, and let me know if he posts them in there while I go through this real quick and try and figure out my numbers. Who would I pick for Adam Aaron? Let me think about that for a little bit, because I feel like I have a good answer for it, but I gotta think of who it is first. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me come up with my price prediction for the day today. The market's saying both on open interest, it's saying 25 on the puts and the calls, but I think they would like to keep this under 30. I don't know how much more over 25 they can hold us back. Hold on a second. Maybe like I'm gonna go 26-20 to 31, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, yeah, 31, 20. I had to do the math. Of course, 6 is 1 past 5. 26, 20 to 20, 31, 20. Oops, calculator, wrong one. Wait, I got to do my average. My average has to be closest. All right, let's go 20. This is going to be harder for me. 24, 20, 24, 25, 26, 27. All right, 24. I'm going to go 24, 20 to 29, 20. I feel like that's too low, but that's what I'm going to go with. 24, 20 to 29, 20. Let's see if Keto got his in yet. I don't know that he got his in, but we'll take care of him though. I'll take care of Keto. He'll be all right. I know he's got a price prediction already in, so we'll figure out where he would have gone from there with the $5. I'm pretty sure he would have. There it is, 24.39 to 29.39. Gotcha. Boy, that's real close. We're real close to the same there. All right, cool. Got you down, man. I'll see you guys after market open. Whew, that was a rush.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm a one-way motorway. I'm a road that drives It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Oh, man. Did you guys see the title for the day today after all that excitement of talk of everything else this morning? Hedgies, you have 1 week left. Prepare for your crow. The crow is coming for you, and it's going to be fed to you as we teabag you. Oh, man. I can't wait for this. I can't wait to see what happens next week. I'm so excited. Today is our last day of trading before we go into a weekend, guys. So hold on, buckle up, because, man, let me tell you, this market is flying. We've had 8.6 million shares traded in the first 5 minutes of trading. So we're doing really, really hot right now on volume. This is quite a bit here. It'll be exciting to see what the numbers look like. You can see them. You can see the orders just flashing. I'm going to take the big tramp off here for just a second. he, he said teabag. I'm going to take the big tramp off here for just a second so you guys can see the numbers just flying by. It is pretty hot and heavy. Pretty hot and heavy. We were definitely riding on the bottom side of that Bollinger Band there for quite a bit. And the Bollinger Band's opened up nice and big. It seems to me like what they're really trying to do right now is control volatility. Volatility is absolutely massive. They're trying really super hard to bring this down. I think what we got here, I think we have ourselves a standoff. That does appear to be what we have. We have different institutions looking like they want to sell, some institutions looking like they want to buy, and then they're flip-flopping. There's everybody wants shares right now. Oh, I got to get shares. I got to get shares. Oh, I got to get shares. But they want them cheaper, and they're trying to push it down. The volatility is increasing yet again. Price at 25.52. Right now, the VIX is down, meaning the market should be up. Let me get the price target point that we got up to for the high. 27.19. I'm going to plug that into my Excel spreadsheet. What was it? 27.19. That puts a synthetic price failure at 21.89. What is SSR? 22.91. Let's see, 22.91. So it's about a synthetic price failure is about $1 lower than what SSR tripping would be. But 27.19 is up 31.2% from our last low of $20.73. I'm going to start plugging in new values down because we want to see what those look like. Actually, no, I don't. I'm not going to plug that in. I'm not going to plug it in until we hit 21.89. I am going to move some of my data points here real quickly here because I want synthetic price failures to be lined up with where they're supposed to be at. So let me move these lines around just a tad bit here. 21.89 and 21.75. And the last one is where paper hands start to occur, which is 21.34. And let me just scroll back out just a little bit here. I feel like I'm missing a red line. Yep, there she is. And there's my red line for SSR triggering, which is at 2291. All right, there we go. I swear I'm gonna have like Parkinson's or something. I can never, like I can never drive the mouse exactly where I want to. I got the shakes. I've actually had these like small shakes since I was a kid. I had one time my mom took me to a military conference at the Peabody in Orlando, Florida, and it was a United States Air Force conference, military conference that they were having there, and it was the first time. This was back when I was 10 years old, guys. I was 10 years old, and I remember at the conference they were advertising flyers. I got a keychain for an F-22 fighter. An F-22 fighter. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but when I was 10 years old, that would have been 1986. F-22 fighter keychain in 1986. I don't think anybody really even knew what an F-22 fighter was at that point. But anyways, inside the hotel, they actually had a room set up there where they were shooting this pellet gun into the bedroom and doing target practice. And it was like a kind of like a little station that they had set up, I guess, just for fun or something like that. And I went out there to go shoot, and the guy that was putting on the little presentation or whatever, the little cubicle or room cubicle for the shooting contest, saw me go to reach for the gun or something like that to shoot it, and he saw how shaky he was, and he goes, "You know what, kid? I'll give you." I don't remember what he said. Oh no, he said, "I'll buy you and your buddy drinks at the bar, soda pops at the bar, which were probably like $5 a piece." It was like a $10 bet. He goes, "I bet you can't hit a bullseye in 10 shots or something like that." So I shot my first 5 shots with my right eye, and then I switched over to my left eye and hit a bullseye almost. I think it was almost immediately with my left eye. But I've got these like shakes. It's really kind of weird, but when it comes to shoot, I'm actually pretty accurate. No, you park the mouse. Mm. I also have the mouse set up on like corrective learning or something like that, so that it like draws like straight lines. See, I'm reading what you guys are saying in here. Low sensitivity. Yeah, the problem is that my shakes start to show up if I use too low of a sensitivity. Myself says you have two kids. I have more than two kids, man. I got 5 kids. I've got 5 kids. KL, good morning to you. Oh, Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock. Man, that guy, I tell you what, for as much crap as we give Ken Griffin, that guy, I don't know, man, he's something. I think he's the real enemy in my opinion, and I don't think many people will probably have the same opinion as me, but I really do believe that he's truly and honestly the probably the worst of the worst. And I don't think he gets any kind of media press from apes at all. Who Larry Fink is, but that guy is I think he should be target number one. Honestly, I mean he's not good for the markets in my opinion. This price action smells like crime and will continue after Ape is available, or they're trying to keep the price near 22, so Ape will open at 11, thinking retail will sell Ape. I don't know. I don't think that's really the case, Hoback. I think they're really trying to keep it as close to max pain as possible and trying to drop this down. Um, I know options trading for the day to day is kind of targeting 25. 25 seems to be the number. Uh, by the way, I forgot to. Well, I'll probably talk about it here in a minute. I've got all the price predictions in, but I gotta. I guess I'll just wait another 15 minutes to read them off to you guys. Tech We Love says, I want 3 to 5 kids, but have none at the moment. I'm hoping I can help myself and my 2 brothers get financially strong to find Christian women to marry and have kids, man. You know what? Good luck to you, man. Good luck to you. Just all I'll say to you is that in relationships, it's always give and take, right? It's always about meeting in the middle. All right. You know what, Caitlin? You know what? It, that's it. I can't. Is that are you talking about stocks again? What's XELA? Yeah. You just couldn't. You couldn't resist. You couldn't resist. I didn't want to have to do that. I really didn't want to have to do that, but you just couldn't stop, and unfortunately, casualty. Sorry, Caitlin. You're welcome to be here, but not to participate, and it makes me sad. Moment of silence. Ape down. Yeah, the kids are booing me. All right, Porter, welcome to the new and improved Casey Shaw show. I'm gonna go ahead and remove that comment for you, and go ahead and put you down for first warning. We're moving into a 3 strike rule. You're gone after the 3rd strike. So I'm cracking down real hard on this now. I've gotten too many reports of retail who are getting trapped into positions that are shiny things on the side of the road, and I'm taking a really hard stance on this now. So I'm gonna go ahead and just give you an issue removal of your first comment there, and after this it'll be a silence. I'll silence you for like 5 minutes, and then after that I'm just gonna kick. But yeah, F's in the chat for Caitlin. We'll miss you, Caitlin. Hopefully, I get to see you around in the community elsewhere. We will seriously, Caitlin. We're gonna miss you. You were a really big help. I could always count on you to put out information out there that was going to be things that I mean, like you said the other day, you listed out. I probably could have found it on my own. No, I know I could have, but you saved me a lot of time and finding the halt codes. Um, you've gone through a bunch of different times and pointed out different things to us that we've has helped us in the past. And yeah, it's in the description box, Mass. I actually have two rules. One is do not advertise a stock without context in regards to AMC, and the other one is when you exit your position with AMC, do so in silence. No farting while you trade. Yeah, there's no farting. F is a gaming term. I don't really know where it stems from. I'm not sure exactly, but it came from F being people dying or something like that in gaming. All right, I understand, Jay, but I know the difference is you're gonna say Peloton instead of saying the ticker. Did Porter put up another one? I must have missed it. Hold on a second. I don't see it. I don't see anything by Porter. Sugar Crane's like, please silence me. I just ripped one. Yeah, the silence is the second warning is a silence, and it's like 5 minutes. It's like a temporary timeout. Unfortunately, Savvy got. I don't think Savvy even understood what the heck was going on. That's why I'm given two strikes and then a ban. Yeah, I know Forks. It's just it kind of makes me sad. I feel like it puts like a damper on the moment. It's like man, like so many chances, so many chances, and it's just like man, it's just one stinking rule. One rule. That's it. Like I don't tell anybody. I'm probably like one of the most lenient people on telling people what they can and can't say. Like there's like we went over to who was it Short the Vix? Yeah, it was Short the Vix. We went over to Short the Vix and started writing in 2 weeks, and he started banning people. Like just all they had to put in was 2 weeks, and he started banning people. And I was like, dude, I've never seen banned so fast. I was just like, dang, that was crazy. Nah, I'm not going there, Curtis. I think she was helpful. I'm sad. Yep, she kept pushing tickers all this morning, even after I gave her two previous warnings. She knew what the rules were, and I gave her. She got all three strikes within a couple, like probably within an hour and a half's time. She just couldn't stop and let it go. I understand, Porter. That's don't worry about it, man. You're good. You only got one. It's not a big deal. Well, you got plenty of chances left here. You got at least one more chance. you know, you'll be all right. I think you'll be fine, Porter. Don't worry about it. You'll be good. Tom Tomas says Al from Boston bans people all the time. Quite frankly, I'd be afraid to go into somebody else's chat that I don't know what would happen. I got flacked that one time when we went over to when we spanned TMI and Trey, and we started putting the whole 2 weeks in. I had one of Trade's mods be like, "Dude, why you attacking us? What's the deal? What's going on here?" I was like, "Dude, all we did was come in and say 2 weeks. It was just we were having some fun, and we were just trying to spam and create some camaraderie, amongst YouTubers." And he's like, "Oh, okay, okay. They may have had something going on at the time where something else may have been happening. I don't know, but." Uh, Nikki says, "Casey, I have a couple questions about Ape." Yeah, go for it, Nikki. Throw them out. Cuddy Cut says, "Can I hire to enforce you rules with my kids?" Sure thing. Tech We Love says, "Short the Vix has a short fuse, but I understand protecting a live stream. YouTube takes down live streams a bit too often for my liking, but I still like the platform overall. There's so much negative crap going on. Who needs more? We watch the news. Trudeau is evil. We get it. We know government wants all the control." I was trying to give her as much leeway as possible. I really was, and she just couldn't stop. And it happens. No, no, she said APR, but she meant APE. I know what she meant. She's got questions about Ape, and I've been actually talking to her a little bit. She had questions yesterday and didn't have a chance to stick around to ask them. So ask away, Nikki, on the Ape. What's your questions? All right, MG Toe, I'm done talking about it. Thank you, sir, for making me move on. Can Ape shares eventually be converted into AMC shares? Heard some chatter on Twitter. Yes. Yes, Ape shares can be converted, but it would take a vote by shareholders in order to do so. And I'm going to add to that, and this is going to probably sound a little fuddy here, but uh, Ape Ape shares have just as much voting power as AMC shares. So, but anybody who owns an Ape share, this is part of the reason why I would say holding Ape shares is even more valuable than not holding them. And the reason for that is that if Ape shares have just as much voting power as AMC shares, then we wouldn't want to give that control to anybody who could vote those shares into dilution into AMC. That would be true dilution. Dilution would be to vote those shares into AMC, and that could be dangerous. So holding on, you could see now why holding on to those Ape shares would be that much more important to hold on to them, because I've mentioned before yesterday that AMC Ape shares are just as important, if not more important, than AMC shares. We don't want to give up control of those shares. Losing control of those shares could mean losing control of the company. Yep, LMNOP is still okay, Arthur. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about Melvin Capital? I did that last night to somebody, and they were like, "Well, no, what happened?" And I was like, "No, no, no, never mind." It was pretty funny. If we got to 28 to 30, the sky is the limit. We're at 25.42 currently with 16.72 million shares traded, and I got about 2 minutes before we take a look at the numbers. Well, I'm in a generous mood today to add strikes, Doctor. So you go right on ahead and test it. Nope, you don't have a first warning, Nikki. You're good. I knew what you were trying to type in there. Casey Shaw, if shorts cover or close, not sure what you call it, because of the Ape dividend, how will that affect the squeeze? So go back to June 1st and 2nd. There was 51.5 million shares that were sold into the market by Mudrick Capital. It absolutely devastated the amount of actually, I'll show it to you here in a minute when we go over and take a look at the numbers on Ortex. I'll try to remember to show you what happened to the amount of shares that were on loan, and it absolutely just allowed short positions to close out their positions. So whenever you see dilution, that's really really bad on a short squeeze thesis. No man that actually grew up in Boston would be able to handle a YouTube comment section because of its toxicity. This is probably one of the least. Massalorian, no offense, right? Because I know you're a content creator and on YouTube and everything, but I feel like we have some pretty good respect in here. And actually, to be honest, Pantheon's, Tony's, yours. I don't know if I'm going to add anybody else to that list. I know Boss would probably love to be added to that list, but I can't say that's necessarily the truth. But there's some respect in all of those that I don't see in other places, which I think is really cool. Nikki says, question number 2: what happens if AMC shareholders don't receive Ape? Will that show their holding synthetics? That was a question that was kind of asked in a roundabout way to me earlier this morning. And how would Adam Aaron know that they didn't have it? And I think that one of the things that we need to do as shareholders is if we don't receive our shares, we need to report that to investor relations for AMC if we don't get them by the 22nd. That will help them to identify. They can compile that data together and be able to identify who has not yet been issued shares, and should help them to understand a little bit better about maybe outstanding shares that haven't been issued yet to shareholders. So I'm going to make a recommendation when that time comes, and I'll be providing information on who you can contact, where you can contact them, and that would be my suggestion. I don't know if they have other means by which they can collect that information, but we can at least do our part in trying to help that. Somebody just accidentally deleted your comment, Maccabees. Said, I think it's still 22 for the max pain, and it is 20. It was 21 yesterday, 22 today. Max pain is not 25, but the options, the open interest for today are on the calls and the puts. There is no spread. The call open interest and put open interest, highest amounts of volume, are both at 25. So was your answer that it would negatively affect the squeeze? If there was dilution before squeeze, then the answer is yes. You're welcome, Nikki. Did AMC announce a sell of Ape in September? No. No, not that I'm aware of. Dynamite said so, fight for 25. That's what it's kind of looking like based off the options chain. It doesn't actually always have to be that way. I mean, we could see like a slight gamma push that might push us up like 26, 27, which is kind of what I'm banking on my price prediction for the day today, that we end up seeing a little bit of a push maybe towards the end of the day that gives us a little bit of extra options expiring in the money. Hopefully, people who have those options can exercise them, that they have that money. Doug, I think as a content creator, I'm allowed to make the rules that I want for what is talked about here, and whether or not that can be used against us or not. Because what I'm not saying is you can only. I'm not saying you can only buy this or that. I'm just simply saying I don't want you to talk about it. And so I think the answer to your question is no. I'm not telling people what to buy or what to hold, what to hold. I'm suggesting that, that's, if you wanted to see a squeeze, you would want to buy and hold this stock, but I'm not telling you to do it. That's a choice that's up to you. It's your money, it's your choice, and I will always maintain that. But it is an AMC channel, so and I'm basically saying like I don't want to talk about other stock tickers here, and that should be my choice as a content creator, and there shouldn't be any problem with that. Mass Learning says there's 4 creators. I have 100% faith in this community. There's some good ones. There's some good ones out there, Massalorian. I agree. There's more than that. I love AMC Bigums. I like Boss Blunts as well. I mean, there's plenty of other ones that I like as well. I'm just saying in regards to the chat box. Hey, do me a favor, Mass. If you're not live, hit the live button. Click on the live button because you might be watching a few minutes old dated because my internet sucks over here. It's not your fault. It's mine. It's me. It's not you. All right. Let me take a look at the numbers, guys. It is the first look that we'll have for the day at what's going on with what's happening in the market to AMC. And let's see here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. At least check it out. Now is a great time to be experimenting with security devices that may help, or security features, I should say, that will help you protect yourself and keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Give it a try. See if you like it. If you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. It doesn't. It's not something that you can can't take off once you enable it. At least as far as I know. Taking you guys over to the other page. Let me move a couple screens around here real quick, and we'll take a look at these numbers. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing, but my moderators will, guys. And I'm already getting messages from them as to who's violating the rules. So I will know. I will know. I see everything. Porter, I'm being told you had a second one that was deleted. I might have to I'm gonna ignore it because I didn't see it. I even went and looked for a deleted comment. I didn't see it, but I heard you got a second one. But we'll see here. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Looking at these numbers. Price prediction tally points. We got a 3-way tie between Eric, myself, and Keto going into the final day. Because we are over $25, I told the guys they got a $5 spread. I know it sounds ridiculous to have a $5 spread, but it is going to get exceedingly more difficult the higher we get above $25 for us to guess price ranges. And I kind of want to change it at 25. It's kind of like that number where I think, I mean, look at it. We all, out of 4 of us, we got 3 guys with 2 points and 1 guy with 0. It's going to happen. It's going to get way, way difficult and more violent swings the higher we go up in prices. But I've got, there's still a range in here, right? So when it comes down to a tiebreaker, there's still the range that's going to make a difference. I've got 24.20 to 29.20. Eric has 24 to 27. Oh, no, he didn't. Hold on a second. He texted me. That was yesterday's numbers. Eric has 27.50. Oops, son of a gun. I deleted the wrong ones. Undo. All right, he has 27.50 to 32.50. Keto has 24.39 to 29.39, and Monty has 29.17 to 34.17. Short exempt volume was a little bit down from yesterday. Volume was up, but it was down. Anytime SSR is not tripped, guys, that's going to be a little bit of a lower number. But it was at 653,000, which is still a lot. That's a lot of short exempt volume, considering SSR wasn't tripped. Utilization at 129 straight days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase. We had a 7.56% increase in price yesterday, giving us 2 of 3 days over 5%. So, these numbers are looking good to me. I like where we're heading. Max pain for the day, which is right below me, is $22. We started out the week, I think, at 18. I think we went from 18 to 20 and then 21 for 2 days. And then I don't know, it's a little hazy. It might have gone 18, 19, 20, 21, and now 22. It might have increased $1 a day. I can't remember. It's been too long now. Taking a look at off exchange right here next to my head. I would expect about 44% through the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Currently, we have 50.69% going through the off exchange. And, ooh, look at that NYSE ARCA. Oh, they're moving shares around. They are moving shares around. It's number 2. It beat out the EDGX. The EDGX is at 11.07. But they are absolutely, so somebody's going to have to key in on this. It's going to have to somebody much, much smarter than I am in the market. I'm talking like I'm going to have to go to somebody big to find out what's going on here. But there is massive amounts of volume being pumped over to the NYSE ARCA, which is it's the NYSE off. It's the ETFs for the NYSE. So something's happened. Little something's going on over here. Looks like for some reason or another they're needing to pump volume over to that. I'm not sure why. Somebody needs shares over there really, really badly, and I'm not sure if it makes any sense to me, but I'm gonna have to talk to some people. Total amount of volume going through the top 2 exchanges for ETFs and off exchanges, 61.76%. That's kind of high. Taking a look at institutional ownership, 189.706 million as of earlier this morning. Oh, yes. All right, this is what I want to see, guys. We really want to see institutions selling their shares. This is actually a really good thing. This will create positive price movement for us. I always told you guys that we're going to need to see institutions selling first, that they need to do the work, not us. So institutions are selling their shares off right now as it's being reported. We've got they went from 189.7 million this morning down to 170.996. That's pretty big. That should create quite a bit of pressure, positive pressure on the market, buying pressure. Somebody's going to want those shares, and they're wanting them bad, really, really, really bad. Let's see here. Let's take a look at Vortex data. So let's start with borrowed change amount. So far for the day today, they're showing a positive borrow of 6.26 million or 626,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.25%. Cost to borrow average is up right now at 10.42. Max is at 12.23 and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 140.18, which is an increase day over day by 7.8 million. And I'm estimating about 2.78 of that to be short interest. Taking a look at the options. I bet those are hot this morning. There's probably a lot of volume here. Oh yeah. At a $27 strike price for oh yeah, right there. At a $27 strike price for the calls, which is up $2 from yesterday's highest amount of volume strike price. We've got 16.3 thousand contracts. A close runner up though is 26 strike. For puts, highest amount of puts is at a $25 strike price. Looks like there's 3.8 thousand contracts. So we've got a $2 spread on where the market thinks the price is going to close today. They think it's going to close somewhere between 25 and 27. And there is a little bit less than a 5-to-1 ratio in call versus put volume. Taking a look at Ortex over here, here's your utilization at 100 and what did I say again? 129 straight days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in. Here's that on loan amount that I was talking about, the increase of 7.8 million shares day over day. Looks like a nice George W there, starting to form up. That additional shares, new shares being on loan, is going to cause the on loan average age per day to drop. That's the number that we like to see dropping, because when it hits a bottom, that usually means we have a 15-day timer on when price is going to start moving up drastically. But we got to find a bottom on that number first. And then estimated short share interest, the free float, you can see that rising as there was new short interest that was created. Security lending volume day over day increased from 14.4 million shares to 29.3, basically doubled. And we are not on any threshold list. Let me just check and see if there's any trading signals. No new trading signals. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is second most heavily traded stock with a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. GME is 21st with a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $22.91. Shares are being returned. So far, it looks like only returns this morning. Fees have increased to 6.7%. Currently, we have 154.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 55.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 98.5 thousand contracts that are out of money on the puts versus 13.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.91, Dow Jones is up 0.29, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6. We currently have 4,325 advancers to 2,331 decliners. The VIX is down 1.63, which means the SPY should be up, and it is 0.57. VTI. So a lot of you guys are going like, you said no other tickers, but you're reading other stuff off. I'm going to show you how these are related to us. I think I only have one ticker on here that is not in relationship to AMC. So the VIX is a reverse. Well, it's the CBOE Chicago-based options exchange, and it's telling you what the 30-day forecast is for volatility. That tells you basically how the market's doing in general or where it's going to be heading in the futures. So that's part of the reason why I'm watching that, because the market's directly related to AMC, as AMC is probably going to be following where the market is going on the most part. And if it's not, then it means it's negative beta to the market, which is a good thing, especially since I believe that the market will be failing when AMC is going up. VTI is up 0.64. VTI is one of the ETFs that largest ETFs that holds AMC. IWD is BlackRock's ETF for holding AMC. So if those are heading up, then AMC should be doing well, or they should be helping to provide positive price movement when they are going up. Right now, VTI is up 0.67, IWD is up 0.46. Tesla, the reason that I'm watching Tesla is because I think it's got some interesting squeeze potentials that needs to be watched in relationship to AMC, because there could be a cross correlation between what's happening with them and AMC, as they're heavily shorted. Amazon is a great indicator for looking at how well the economy is doing. Again, this is more of one of those indicators about how is the economy doing. Is it going up? Is it going down? What's happening? Since Jeff Bezos left the company, this ticker is, hold on, let me do some math. So this ticker's lost about $34 per share because they went through a split since Bezos left his position, which is quite a bit considering what their price range is right now. Meaning that they used to be at 175, they're now at 141. So they have lost quite a position since he stepped down as CEO. Cinemark, if you want to know how your company should be doing, you should be looking at your competitors. So Cinemark is in relationship to AMC. They're up 1.29%. Amazon, by the way, is up 0.47. Doge is the blue collar cryptocurrency of America, and we have oftentimes seen Doge rip just before and then start falling just before AMC starts ripping. So that's part of the reason why I'm watching Doge. Bitcoin is also another known, that's where liquidity is drawn from for institutions that need collateral for margin calls. So when you start seeing Bitcoin dropping like massively, then you know somebody needs collateral. That's why I'm watching that one. It's down 0.37. GME, it's the OG, man. You gotta follow the OG. It's up 1.5. HYMC is our gold mine, 0.13 up. Hood, I'm following. Hood's the only one on here that I'm following that has no relationship to AMC whatsoever, other than the fact that they screwed AMC over and its shareholders and GME shareholders back in January of last year, and so that's why I just want to see them burn, man. But they're up right now, 2.85%. NCMI, AMC holds some shares in NCMI that were free to the company, so I'm watching that one. Up 8.13, and AMC, which is down 1.18%. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $11 million more in outflow than we have in inflow. 22.19 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day. Let's take a look quick here and see what kind of pace we're on, because man, we are absolutely ripping. 50 minutes worth of trading so far. Oh, I did that math wrong. Currently, we're on pace for about 173.7 million shares pace by the end of the day today. Of course, that's going to drop throughout the day as time goes on. And you can already see that the volume is dropping pretty massively over time. But we are currently on that pace. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day today. So you'll probably see an attempt to try and drive down volume a lot today. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator, which is at the bottom of the screen. Then the next indicator up is RSI, showing 64.48%, which is above average, meaning that it's getting closer to signaling overbought. On the daily time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 77.26, which is above or overbought. Anything over 70% is signaling overbought, and it's at 77.06. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.7, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, we have a divergence of the selling pressure and buying pressure with more selling pressure. RSI at 46.3, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.79. It looks like we had a triple dipping into oversold territory on the 5-minute interval. Ichimoku. On the 1 hour, the Ichimoku has the price has broken through the conversion line, is now touching down on the base, which is a very heavy sell signal. The lagging line is above the price line, and price is heading towards the cloud. Remember, price does like to. Let me see if I can show back here. Price does tend to move up through red, down through green. So in the futures here, you see a little bit of green coming up. So you may see price moving or attempting to try and move down through green. On the 4 hour, looks like we got price touching down on conversion. Conversion is above base, and lagging line is above price line. So this would be another warning to swing traders to potentially move out of a position here if they were in it. I don't remember why I have this 24.90 here. It might have been the value. I think that's the value we had to break through in order to see newer highs. We knew newer highs were coming. Let me just zoom back out here for just a second and make sure that's the right thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that was. So we've gone down and tested that value again. So it looks to me like they're testing for some paper hands here. They're looking for orders to sell. And with that, I can head back into the main screen, see what you guys are saying. I'm reading through what you guys are writing. See, it wasn't really Aaron's. So here's part of the problem, Dr. Zeno, is that it wasn't really Adam Aaron's dilution, right? All he did was sell the shares to, well, I think he might have been contractually obligated. I'm not sure, but I can't remember how it went down exactly. But I know that he had, for some reason or another, he either sold or he gave the shares to Mudrick, who turned around and immediately sold those shares right into the market. Because they said that they were overvalued or something like that, or undervalued. I think they said overvalued, and so they wanted to get out. So they sold them immediately, which the shares hit the market on June 1st and June 2nd, which were the days where we really started feeling the push back down. So Adam Aaron didn't really do dilution, but massive amounts of shares from Adam Aaron to Mudrick, which were sold to the market, occurred. Which acted like dilution. Brian says, crap, two crows just flew over my head. They're heading to the hedge funds. They heard there's dinner. They didn't realize it was them. Yeah, Sub has the boss says Mudrick dumped the shares. They did. I mean, they really did dump the shares, and those shares, those shares became instant. I don't know what to call it. Instant feed for hedge funds that needed to close positions. Oh, I was going to show you guys. That's right. Let me show it to you. I'm going to show you this. I totally forgot about that. Hold on a second. I don't want to be a trust me bro moment, so I'm going to show it to you. The June 1st and June 2nd, where the shares started being injected into the market. I went through, and actually, if you go back and you look at the history of when the outstanding shares, you can see the sell orders going through on the 1st and the 2nd. Because that's when it increases. But if you look at on loan amounts, look at it drop massively right there. I'll try to zoom in on this just a tad bit more. But look at the massive. So here's June 2nd. Here's June 1st. 2 days after that, look at the on loan amount just absolutely drop. It dropped from 138 down to 78. Hey, what do you know? Do some math on that, and guess what? Part of that's sold shares, and part of that's probably the 51 million shares that were injected into the market. They were able to close out positions while dropping the price. It was absolutely devastating and completely stopped us in our tracks. But I want to say this. Oh, my wife's here with coffee. Thank you. More coffee. Coffee. But let me say this. It also, that 51.5 million shares making it into the float, Also had the impact of basically turning this from a Hiroshima type, and I'm not trying to make fun of Hiroshima, but it turned this thing into a Hiroshima type nuclear bomb, into turning this into some, like one of the worst possible, highest megaton nuclear bombs of all time. And so this is, it was actually, it just extended out the amount of time that we were going to have to buy back those 51.5 million shares. And if you figure on the daily basis that AMC shareholders are only buying or affecting maybe 10% of the total volume on a daily basis, and that means somewhere between 5 and 6 million shares, but half of that's almost half of that on a daily basis is buying and selling. So anything above that would be like 10%. So 10% of 10%. So what is that? What's 10% of 5 million? Is it 500,000? No. 50. Wait, hold on a second. I can't do the math. Hold on. Too many zeros. 10 times zero point 0.1, right? Yeah, 500. I was right. Okay, 500,000. That's maybe how many shares per day that we were potentially buying, right? So you add. I actually did the math on this a long time ago. It should have taken us about 2 months, I think, to buy all those shares out. That 50 point or 51.5 million shares, right? 51.5 divided by zero point 0.5. It takes you 103 days. It would at maybe like a 60 to 70% buy to sell ratio. It would take you 103 days for you to get back to track on track from where you were before. So it was absolutely devastating to us to have that 51.5 million shares put into the market. It stopped us right dead in our tracks. And you can watch your on loan average age per day dip during that period of time as well. You can see your on loan numbers, number of shares. You can watch your on loan numbers close out. On loan numbers is that gray line. You can see your estimated short share interest of the free float, which means that this is like proof. Watch exchange reported short interest. Boom, took a nosedive. Absolute. This is delayed reporting, and it still took a nosedive. Went from 102 million shares in short interest down to 85, and then finally settled down at 95. So it was pretty devastating to have those shares hit the market. To us, did good things for Adam Aaron and the company AMC, but for us, it didn't help us achieve anything it is that we're trying to achieve in regards to a squeeze. Man, we had a Fuddruckers over here, Brian, where I live, and they closed it. But it's turned into one of our new favorite places called Tumble 22. Love their chicken, man. It's so good. If you ever go, get the get the dirty mac and cheese. Apes RS says there was also psychological damage when Adam Aaron dumped those shares that can't be seen on the charts. Dude, it took a toll on us. It took a massive toll on us. But you know what though? Majority of us held, and I think you can see that. You can see when you pull up OBV, you can see that there was a massive amount of people that were holding through that. There may have been some. Well, I mean, not may. There was definitely people who sold through that. But you pull up OBV on this and you take a look at it, and you can see that there were people that were absolutely holding through this thing, right? You can see it. Yeah, if I just skew this just a little bit so you can see that there was definitely a sell-off in there, right? You can see it right there. There was definitely a sell-off, and then people started buying back in as it started to rise back up, and then people are kind of wishy-washy. I'd say people started getting wishy-washy around June 30th to perhaps the 5th of November. I think people were kind of wishy-washy. Well, maybe a little bit earlier than that, 19th of October. and then I'd say that people started holding again. This dip right here was not us. This was not retail right here. I can almost prove that was entirely institutions that sold off right there. They did it right at the end of the year, and then they bought back in right before the end of the year. And you can see, I can show you guys the numbers sometime, but or you can go back to those dates and watch the videos. But they were buying back in, and there was certain periods of time right here where you can see their purchases as the price was still coming down. This was one of the points where they bought back in right at the end of the. No, that's not it. This is it right here. December, starting on December 14th, they bought back in right here. They sold here and they bought in here and here. These two up swings, and they did it right before the end of the year so that they could basically do a tax write-off on losses. So this little dip right here, this came from retail, or not from retail, but from institutions. Oh, Massalorian, we were totally off. Dude, I can't even begin to tell you like how like over it was. It was so over. It was completely done. They were done for. I'm under the opinion, Mass. I'm under the opinion that Adam Aaron was forced into giving those shares out. I honestly, truly, and I truly do believe that. I think he was put in a position to where he had to dump those shares. I don't think the market was ready, and I'm pretty sure he was forced into it. I don't know how. I wasn't sitting obviously in the boardrooms or anything like that when things happened or went down, but I'm almost positive he was forced into doing it. Monty Barger says Mudrick lost money on that play. I thought it was pretty funny. Well, I did too. It served him right. But you know what though, Mass? I'll tell you what. The numbers look really, really good right now, and I see us looking extremely positive going into the next 2 weeks. I caught you. I caught you. But yeah, I mean, I really see some really positive numbers again. It's really going to come down to, guys, what apes decide to do with their ape shares. It really is. It's going to, whether or not apes decide to hold those shares or if they decide to treat them like they're trash. If apes decide to treat those shares like they're trash, then we could potentially see a big nothing burger out of it. But if apes choose to hold those shares, then I tend to think that there's going to be a lot of heavy pressure on institutions to find shares that they just can't find. So, I don't know. As a community, we get to talk amongst ourselves. Cuddy Cut says Kenny G said he's coming. Bring him on. Bring him on. Let's go. Kenny G is going to come on here and talk about other stock tickers. I'd love to have him here. Salty Dog says, how could an ape sell a stock called Ape? I mean, yeah. Here's how I see it. Here's how I really see it. If we hold on to if these are all ifs. Wait, let me throw my tinfoil hat on here because if I don't throw it on, some people are gonna get angry and be like, "Oh, Casey said," but nope, tinfoil hat was on. Tinfoil hat on here. If apes hold on to those shares and we start MOASSing with AMC, apes could potentially sell their AMC shares, right, and then convert their ape shares into AMC shares or choose to vote for that. Adam Aaron gets his nice little piece of the pie, making the company debt free and probably having just crap tons of money. If you did the math, you could take, let's say AMC settled in on like $150 or something like that, right? You could take $150, multiply that by the 484 million shares that he'd have, and he'd have $72.6 billion, which would, you subtract out the 5.5 billion, 5.5 billion that he owes, and leaving him with 67.1 billion shares, or not shares, but dollars to be able to do whatever he wants with the company. Meanwhile, we end up having a double dipping into a company that has a $67 billion treasury. I mean, I get chills just talking about this kind of stuff, guys. I mean, the idea that he could do this, and the fact is that he could actually make or force, he could force hedge funds to buy back shares that they need to have. He could force the people who are shorting his company to buy what they don't want to buy, reduce his debt, and walk away a winner while they're still shorting the company. I mean, all we have to do is see the bigger picture here. If we can see the bigger picture, if enough of us see the bigger picture on what's going on here, then I think we could turn out amazing, smelling like roses. But tinfoil hat. I mean, we're gonna have to see what people do. I'm not here to predict the future. I'm just here to tell you what's happening and what I see happening. Pro Jeweler says our enemies will pay our debt. The brutality. I know, man. I know. That's so exciting. That's like having a bookie. It's like having a bookie, and then like somehow like you manage to catch the bookie with like some kind of blackmail, right? And then you're all like, dude, you're gonna pay off you're gonna pay off my debt, and you're gonna pay me additional money on top of that, and I'm gonna walk away scot free. The bookie's over there going like, he wants to smash your teeth in, but he can't because he now owes you. Mega Johnny says 2 words, buddy. Special dividend on epic levels. Oh, it was January 28th. I'm gonna go with January 28th. It may have been the 27th. I remember the price though. I can tell you that it was 325. I think it was 325, 650. I think it's because I bought 2 shares of GME originally. I didn't get into AMC until I originally got into GME first. That might have been the 27th. I'm not sure if it was the 27th or the 28th. But once I had the settled cash for the other funds that I had, I bought into AMC, which was either the 28th or the 29th of January of last year. But I only bought in with my slush fund. I only bought in with my slush fund, and I ended up selling my car, my 20, I think it was a 2016 Dodge Challenger RT Plus. I sold the car and put probably about 3/4 of the money into AMC. I dumped it in when we got down to about $6, and so I was able to drop my my cost average at like, I think I bought in at like 14 bucks or something like that for AMC, and I was able to reduce my cost average down to like $9. Jabibs, I quit it on May. Hold on, I gotta go back to the dates and see. It was May 20. I think it was May 25th or 26th. Let me go back and see. May 25th. Well, I walked out on the 26th because I work night shift. So I worked the end of the night of the 25th, and on the morning of the 26th, as we were leaving work, I handed my badge. So it would have been the morning of the 26th, but I had made my decision. I had made my decision on the 18th. I had made my decision by the 18th on what I was going to do, but waited until. No, that's not right at all. Hold on. I made my decision on the 18th, and I walked out after the first night, so it would have been the Monday, so it would have been the morning of the 24th. I walked out the Monday of the 24th because I had to wait for HR to be there. So it was Monday the 24th, and I had made my decision by the 18th. I knew, and part of the reason why I do this, but I knew 2 weeks in advance what was coming. I really knew it was coming. MG Toast says, "Hey Casey, you left out one important detail. Adam Aaron could force the shorts to buy shares of Ape that they have to give to the apes that hold AMC. Then they can cover their squeeze." Not necessarily, because they would only be giving the shares that they are forced to give through Ape and not AMC. So, because the dilution, if Adam Aaron were to give them, the dilution would occur through Ape and not AMC. So they would still maintain their short position on AMC. But Ape, you would be correct though. Potentially, you're assuming that all they need is 484 million shares. I have a feeling it's much more than that. Dr. Zena says, "I think he dumped those shares because he knew the company wouldn't survive a squeeze at that time." Hmm. You might be right, Doctor. I never really thought of it from that perspective, I don't think. But you might be right. Mass says, "Well, I think the van is nicer than the Dodge Challenger RT." Dude, but I love the sound of it though. The sound is so nice. Oh man, it's such a good sound. Have you heard my van drive away in the afternoons? If I could somehow put a Dodge Challenger engine into the big Tramp, we'd have the perfect vehicle. Yep, that's what Fuchs says right there is correct. You cannot cover AMC with Ape. Two different tickers, same company. One is preferred, the other is common. In order to cover, they'd have to vote, and that would be a vote that to be allowed, and it's not allowed. That is correct. Did I ask HR about milk? Oh man, Megan, let me tell you, I had two bosses. One of my bosses was my direct boss. The other guy that was working was the shift manager, and he was his boss. And we I called him into a room to tell him what I was going to do, and I didn't want to give them specifics. I just told him, I said I just need to take off 2 weeks of leave. And they said they were like, well, what's going on? And I said I can't really talk about it, but I need 2 weeks to figure out whether or not my life is going to change forever. And they were like, well, we can't do that. We're not gonna. It's either the big upper guy, the upper echelon guy, the shift manager. He said, you can't do that. You need to man up and either work or don't work. And I said, and so we left the meeting with me just continuing to work, but I was just gonna call in, and he didn't like that. And so before the shift was over, by the end of the shift, I didn't like how it was going, and I went to my direct supervisor and I said I didn't like that meeting at all. It was really really bad. It went terrible. And he's like, yeah, well, so and so gets hot, and I was like, because he was actually really nice the whole time through the meeting, my direct boss, and he understood and everything. And it was funny because it was like they're almost like they didn't agree or see eye to eye on my decision. And it was really funny too is the shift manager was like, well, what is this you're involved in? You got to tell me what this is you're involved in. I said I can't tell you, but the whole time I was wearing one of Trades shirts that says, if you know what it is, you know what it is. And so I wore it purposely that night to wear in there because I thought it would be kind of funny to wear the shirt as I was talking about it. And I was like, I can't tell you what it is. It's something that's life changing, but I can't talk about it. And but anyways, I told him, I told my direct supervisor, I said, look, I think I'm just gonna, the way that he made me feel in that meeting is I need to leave. And he's like, well, I'd hate to see you go, but if that's what you're going to choose to do, then that's your choice. So, and I left. What did Jeff say? Red dingle balls around the perimeter of the windshield. I got ape nuts on the rearview mirror in the form of diamonds. No, actually, 2 weeks didn't come from that. Believe it or not. I know it sounds weird, but it's been a series of 2 weeks the whole time. But 2 weeks came from the movie Money Pit. That's where it came from. And people constantly ask me when Moon. They can't, doctor. They can't. See, that's the problem with shorting a company is when you've started shorting it, you've got one of two choices. You either have to you either have to drop the stock price to the point to where you either can close your positions or you bankrupt the company, or you get stuck caught in a margin call. So they're really in a catch 22. They can't close out their positions. They can't get the shares that they need. That's why a squeeze play works in the first place. Otherwise, everybody would just always close. But they can't. They're stuck. They're stuck in. That's why they say that when you're shorting a company, there's infinite losses on the upside because it matters how high the price goes. Well, if you watch the movie Mega Johnny, it turns out really good in the end. I don't know if you've seen the movie or not. They end up making quite a bit of cash out of that mansion. Mega Johnny says short hedge funds only have two options: short more and hope the price goes down, or cover before infinite risk kicks in. They can't cover. They have to drop the price down in order to cover, and they can't do that. They can't get it down there. Massalorian, take care, man. We'll see you around. I'm glad you're done with we're sort of kind of quasi done with the move. Sammy Boy says I would never enter play with infinite losses, potential infinite losses, right? Oh, Sammy Boy, I sent you a couple. We've been playing like hit and miss tag on that chess. I sent you a request to play, but I changed the days so that we had like 10 days to finish the match. So hopefully this one won't expire, and then you can make your move and we can play. Monty says this entire ape scenario is a complete bombshell. They are reacting as best they can with such short notice. The FUD has been heavy. If you think that's all of us, I have some property you might like. You got a bridge out there. You know what, Jabibs? I told her the other night. She's the best. They're talking about you, hun. They're talking about you. It says it must be great to have a wife that believes and supports your decision to follow your dreams. She goes. It says it goes both ways. Yeah, somebody was asking me, I think the other day, like what would we need in order to get majority? What price would we need to see by the close of the end of today to get majority of the 100,000 contracts that are out of the money? Is it still 100? Let me check and see if it's still 100. Yeah, we got about 127,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls. I think my answer was 30. My answer was 30 is what we would need to see a majority of that, and it ended up being like 70 million shares at 30 would be in the money, but I'm sure that number is probably higher now. Not the 30, but the 70 million would be higher. Yeah. So what Fook is saying right there at 28.16 to really hurt him, I would agree. It's probably been lower. It's lower than 30 by now, I'm sure. Did he put checkmate? Hold on a second. Did he tweet again? I'm refreshing to see. Oh, we got more Adam Aaron tweets. Diane Garrett the CEO of Hycroft Mining Company is an exceptionally talented executive. I wish her much success as she commences Hycroft's largest drilling exploration program in nearly a decade. 98% of Hycroft's site has not yet been explored. What a success. Find more gold and silver. Then Diane put drill, baby, drill. The reverse circulation and core drill rigs have arrived on site over the past few weeks as we launch the largest exploration program at Hycroft Mining in nearly a decade. Oops, sorry about that. It's a dirty job. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got. I love that show. I'd love to meet Mike Rowe. That dude is epic. I really like his work. I know, man. I'm telling you, Jabibs, you gotta find somebody like that. The American Trader says, Casey Shaw, you and I have a similar story. I mean, I knew it was happening on the 18th. It was just kind of one of those moments where I was like, oh, here we go. This is it. Colby says, I know you've been doing this anyways, kind of. Do you mind taking a second and telling your story to new people such as myself? I really enjoy this content. Thank you for what you do. You know what? Yeah, I mean, I can take, not right this second, but I'll take some time, Colby, to talk about that um, sometime. Colby says, bro, you are micro of AMC. You know what? I wish I wouldn't, I wouldn't mind that title. I would I would love to see Mike Rowe play me in a movie. If he could be me in the movie, that's who I'd choose to be. But although Mike Rowe's he's much more gosh, his voice though. Man, can you imagine having a voice like that? Oh my gosh. Uh, I don't even know if I can talk that deep. But I could try. Oh man. Brian says I'm into big tramps. I don't know the answer to that, Highway Frog. I'd have to go back. I don't know if you're aware or not, but Pantheon and Boss Blunts had a interview with Diane Garrett, from the CEO, and I would recommend maybe going back and rewatching that to see if there's not like an answer in there somewhere. But Colby, in regards to your question, like, can I tell my story? Absolutely. Maybe another time. Maybe we'll save that for story time. Uh, sometime. It's not that I don't have a. It's not that I don't want to talk about it right now. It's just that it's time to do the numbers. I guess we could do it after we do the numbers right now. All right, I'll tell you what, Colby. Give me a starting point. Where do you want me to start on my story? You want me to tell you where I grew up and start from there, like after I graduated high school, or do you want more recent? Wow, Janice says my son and daughter just bought their first 2 shares of AMC each. Hey, hon, Jana just said my son and daughter just bought their first 2 shares of AMC on each of their own youth fidelity accounts where they give you $50 free. Is it? She said it's all over Reddit being advertised. This morning he woke up with a question because he's studying the charts. What's his question? I can't wait to hear it. That is awesome. I think it's kind of weird, Jana. I always talk about options being, like I'm old school, and I think that options shouldn't really be for people unless they got a lot of money in the market. But and I think it's kind of weird that kids would be in the stock market as well. I feel like they're just trying to I don't know, but I mean that's cool though. I'm not gonna try and dog on it. I think it's really cool that they're like excited about their future and their savings. So I'm really excited about that part of it, because nobody ever talked to me about that kind of stuff. Nobody ever once talked to me about my future and my savings for the futures when I was a kid. So I think that's really cool. What's that? Yeah, well, uh, my wife just said, "Cue your mom." Well, they didn't. They didn't really ever talk to me about that kind of stuff. My wife said, "My parents don't even know about it." I, you know, I feel like us Gen Xers just never really got that kind of an education on how to think or plan about our savings for our futures. I don't know. Maybe some of you guys did. I didn't. Colby says, start at your previous job. How long have you been trading and your AMC journey? All right, I'll do that, Colby, right after the numbers. Let me write it down. You said start at your previous job. How long you been trading? Okay, so I'll put 1998 and then 2000. We'll talk about that job. And how long have you been trading in your AMC journey? AMC journey. All right, AMC journey. All right. And if at some point people tell me to shut up, then I'll probably stop talking about it because maybe people have heard it quite a few times or whatever. But he told me it's bad to put all your stocks into one ticker, and he wanted to know which chart to watch so he will know how to invest. Um, wow, that is really he's doing really good, Jana. You got a smart kid on your hands. Um, I think, if I was going to recommend somebody who was just going to put their money into the market, I would maybe go slightly aggressive, but also try to stick to perhaps. Let me think about this because you don't want to be too safe, but you don't want to be too risky either. You don't want it to be a bad experience for them. What I would do, here's what I would do, Jenna. I would tell him to go around and I would help him with this, but go out and find perhaps an IPO that's going to start soon that is something that is really popular. And what I'm thinking about off the top of my head is something like Crocs. Crocs were a big thing, for a while, and people were kind of like into those, and then it started blowing up. What I want you to do is sit down with him and say, like, what are you excited about? What kind of things or products do you think that kids are really excited about and have a lot of interest in the market? And try to come up with like a list. Come up with a list of things that you see people around you who are buying a lot of. Doesn't matter what it could be cars, it could be watches, it could be food products, it could be you name it. Anything that's really really super popular. Sit down, make a list of like 20 different things, right? And once you have your list of 20, go through and see which ones of those companies uh, tend to have some good returns year over year, and then choose to invest in the ones that are doing really well and that you project to have a good future. That's probably one of the best things to do, and then just let it sit and ride. And I'm not gonna hit Colby with a strike here, because I know you're just saying this is what my kids like, so, and it's in reference to what I'm talking about, but really that's what I would do. I would sit down, because more than likely, any of those things, those 20 things that you come up with, are probably going to be things that are um, more than likely, they'll probably be things that are probably going to be doing well for at least somewhat of a good period of time. I am expecting a little bit of a market downturn here in the future, so it might he might end up being a part of a market crash, which will be a good lesson to him, to understand that sometimes buying and holding your position just because a market crashes doesn't necessarily mean that means sell, sell, sell. Sometimes it means hold, 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 because it's going to recover eventually, and to buy the dips, because that's really how you end up making more money, because you're averaging down at that point, and eventually the returns will be there, provided the company can survive the downtrend, the downturn in the market. So kind of think about those kind of things. I think those might be really good ways to start for somebody who's just kind of getting into it. In high school, I know when I was in high school, we did economics, and the economics teacher gave us a fake $100. I think it was, no, maybe it was $500, a fake $500, and told us to invest $500 however we wanted to, and it was almost like paper trading. In fact, what I would do, Jana, is I would force him before he's allowed to. I know he probably already has the money out there and in the account, and he can probably already invest it. But what I would do is I would have him paper trade for a week and see how he does. Or maybe if he can do it even longer, do it for a month. Have him paper trade for a month and see how it turns out for him. And give him like a taste of what it's like to be in the market, paper trading. It's always a great place to start. Always allow somebody to paper trade and make mistakes that way first, because then it's not realized losses. AP says, "Hi Casey, longtime listener, first time caller. I was wondering if AMC is a good investment. My wife thinks otherwise. Do you have anything that would convince her that it is?" Uh, yeah, I really do. Um, what are we up? Like 80% right now for the month? No, that's actually really worse. Tell her there's a dividend coming, and you're about to get two for one on your money. Yes, not financial advice. Not financial advice at all. Your teacher gave you fake money. I hope you reported them. I got, what was really made me pissed off? I think he gave like the top 5 or top 3 students or something like that. I forget what it was. He gave like the top, I think it was the top 3. I think he gave the top 3 students like extra bonus points in the class for whoever earned the most money over the quarter. And I ended up coming in like fourth, and I missed it. I was one spot away from getting it, and it was because I had stupid Ford. I bought I bought Ford because the Neon vehicle was out at that time. It was a really popular vehicle. And I don't remember what happened. Something happened. I don't remember what it was, but something happened with Ford to where. Oh, and the other thing too, was it Ford? Is Neon Ford? I'm pretty sure that was Ford. The other car that they had too was they had just started producing some of their new Mustangs, the new version of the Mustangs, and it was economics class, and so I thought, oh, what a great company to start. It was Dodge. It was Dodge then I invested in because I'm pretty sure it was it was the Focus. It was the Focus. I think it was the Focus. Maybe it was I think it was the Focus. Let's look it up and see what year was in 19 because it would have been 1994. What year was the Ford? Maybe it was the Focus made. 1998. Okay, it couldn't have been the Focus then. So what would have been before the Focus? Oh, it had to be Neon. It had to be Neon. What year was the Neon? I feel like Neon was the name of it, so I'm not going to put a company name. First generation. No, that was 19. Oh yeah, January 1994 manufacturer. Okay, that was it. It was the Neon. So what was it Dodge? Ah, it was Dodge. Okay, I bought Dodge, not Ford. That's what I bought because there was a whole bunch of Neons and they were hitting the market. They were hitting the market back then. It was like they were super super hot cars for like crap cars. It was I remember the Neon. I'll never forget it was Neon. I just couldn't remember if it was Ford or Dodge. And so I bought a bunch of stock in that, and then something happened. I don't remember what it was. Something happened, and the Neon. Well, you did talk to me about saving my money, but it was in different kinds of ways. It wasn't in investments. My mom's like, I did too talk to you about saving your money. She talked to me about saving my money and like how to look for best shopping deals and how to like manage a budget and stuff like that, which was really good. That was really good that you taught that to me, Mom. But it wasn't how to save money for my future though. It was more about saving money at that moment in time. Yes, Disney was another one of the ones that I invested in. It was Disney. I invested in Dodge, Disney, and there might have been I don't remember Snapple, Dodge, Disney, Snapple, and I think there might have been IBM. Dodge, Dodge, Disney, IBM, and Snapple. I think were the four that I invested into. But it was 1994 was when I took that class, and I'll never forget that Neon. I ended up taking some hits on Dodge. I don't remember what happened. They had some kind of bad news or something, and they didn't lap. They didn't. Yeah, Snapple Raspberry. That's right, Dino. You know where that's coming from. That's why I invested in it. Everybody was drinking Snapples back in those days. Everybody was drinking Snapples, so I invested in it. Can you imagine, guys, if I had kept that, like if we had all had the actual $500 and invested in that, I'm pretty sure I'd been a millionaire by now. If I'd actually had the $500 to invest back in 1994, that the fake $500, I almost 100% would have been a millionaire by now. Yes, I was a Howard Stern fan. Only until he went to XM radio. Did he go to XM or Sirius? Whichever one he went to. When he went off of public radio, I stopped liking him. That's one strike. I'm telling my story. I got to tell my story here. These are things from the past. I'm not trying to excite people now. Okay, it was Sirius. Yeah, that's right, Sirius. I remember now because I had a big bet that I won from somebody from that, and they never paid me. I had a $100 bet with somebody that Sirius or XM was going to go out of business, and I won, and they never paid. That pissed me off to no end. I knew it. I knew one of them was going to go out of business. I just didn't know which one. I actually thought it was going to be the other way around. I thought whichever one went out of business was the one I thought was going to be the one that was going to stay alive. I can't even remember which one's which now. I think XM, right? I thought XM was going to be the one that survived and Sirius would go away, and it ended up being the opposite. But that's not what the bet was on. The bet was on whether or not one of them would disappear. And he never paid me, Chris. Chris, if you're listening, you owe me $100. He'll never pay me. Alrighty, here we go. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be there. They merged, right? They merged. XM or Sirius, they merged together though. They're not one of them. They didn't coexist. At one point they merged, and so they don't coexist anymore. Which was what I was telling him was going to happen. I said, "You watch. One of them is going to buy out the other one. I guarantee it." Because I knew that there wasn't a market for two radio stations. Like people have back in those days, people had enough bills going out to like cable television and your phone bills and all that other kind of stuff. And I said nobody's got enough money to try and decide between because there was a big fight between who was going to get sports radio and who was going to get talk radio and who was going to get this kind of radio, and they were fighting over it, the two of them. And I was like, everybody's gonna want a mixture of both of those two things, and nobody's going to want to pay for two different plans. And so what they're going to end up happening is they're going to merge into one. And I was like, mark my words. And Chris is like, no, 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 there's no way. They both, some people want sports and none of the other junk, and some people want the other junk and none of the other junk. And I was like, I'm telling you, man, they're going to merge together so everybody can have everything all the same. You just wait and watch and see. And sure enough, they merged. People couldn't stand that. All they could get was talk radio on one and something else on the other. All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other page. Same thing is going to happen with streaming. I want to think about that for a second. You're squirreling me right now. Same thing's going to happen with streaming. Only if they force people into subscriptions. I would agree with that, Mega. Because that's what the problem is. When you force people into subscriptions, then you end up creating a divide between people on where they're going to go for their content. So let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point. Mom, don't be angry with me. It's okay. I understand. It was different times back then. You did a good job. You did a good job raising me. Don't take it as an insult that I'm saying that you didn't teach me about savings in a 401k or anything. I mean, I haven't done that with my kids really either. So don't worry about it, Mom. It's not a big deal. You're all right. You're an okay mom. There's nothing. You did a great job. There were other things to worry about teaching kids back in those days. More important things. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. This is the second run through the day for the day, so I'm not going to go through everything here. Let's take a look at the off exchange. An hour ago, it was 50.69 and 12.99 through, or sorry, 11.07 through the EDGX. I'd expect to see about 49% through the off exchange and maybe 11 to 12 on the EDGX by this hour. We're at 54.21, however, on the off exchange and 10.18 on the EDGX, that's more normal. Giving us a grand total of 64.39% moving through those two off exchanges. Do note that the ARCA is up over double the amount of volume that it normally has. There's some more shares being moved around into ETFs under the NYSE. Something is going on for sure. Taking a look at Ortex data here, an hour ago there were 626,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 1.39 million. That's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.08%. Cost of borrow average is at 10.38, which is elevated compared where it's been the last couple of days. Cost of borrow max is at 12.23, min at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 140.18, which is 7.8 million. Excuse me. 7.8 million higher than what it was day over day. And I'm estimating about 2.78 million of that is in short interest. Options. At a $26 strike price, which is down $1 from what it was an hour ago, it was 27 an hour ago with 16.3 thousand contracts. At 26, there is now 22.4 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $25 strike price. An hour ago, there was 3.8 thousand contracts. There is now 8.7. Almost a 3-to-1, not quite, in call versus put ratio. Market signaling for a closing price between 25 and 26 based off of options. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC is currently in second. We have a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. And GME is currently in 21st with a 63% buy to 37% buy sell ratio. SSR's trigger price is $22.91. Shares available to borrow is 1 million shares. It looks like they borrowed about another 100,000 shares, putting us at 600,000 shares borrowed so far that I've seen out of Stonko Tracker this morning. Not borrowed out of Stonko Tracker, but borrowed so far as being reported by Stonko Tracker. Fees are at 6.7%. 119.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 90.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 109.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. This is a lot of contracts. I want to note, guys, look at next week's expiration. We've had 103.1 thousand contracts for next week expiring in the money at this point in time. So we've got a lot of contracts. This is what a gamma would kind of look like when you're starting to build a gamma. When you start seeing more contracts into the futures than that are in the money than out of the money, which is not all of them, but they're getting there, starting to build up. That's very, very bullish. NASDAQ is up 1.28, Dow Jones is up 0.55, and the S&P 500 is up 0.9. We currently have 4,648 advancers to 2,074 decliners. The VIX is down 4.31, VTI is up up 0.93, IWD is up 0.75, Tesla's up 2.7, Amazon is up 0.55, Cinemark is up 2.47, Doge is up 0.18, Bitcoin is up 0.1, GME is up 3.99, HYMC is up 0.17, Hood is up 3.76, NCMI is up 11.56, and AMC is up 2.6%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $30 million more in outflow than inflow. Volume 34.06 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace that's on. That's 113 minutes of trading so far, putting us on pace for about 117 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Do note that I gave a prediction of 70 to 90 million shares traded for the day in the pre-market. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.38, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.26, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.91, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers here within the last 2 hours. We have RSI at 54.8, which is just slightly above average. There's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure right now on the vortex indicator. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.45, which is slightly above average. Price has not made it to an all-time high that we hit, not an all-time high, sorry. It has not hit a high since our last synthetic price failure. That's 27.19. But we are at 25.98 currently. All right, story time. Mega Johnny, don't take this wrong, but I'm going on a I'm going on an aggressive campaign to stop people from talking about other tickers on here. So I'd appreciate it. It is rule number 1 out of the 2 rules that I have on this channel to keep other tickers off of here. So right now it's just I'm just going to remove it, but next time I'm going to have to give you a silence and then after that a ban. And I know that may seem a little unfair since you maybe you just walked in and you're like, wait a minute, like you've never really like done that before. I'm going to start becoming more aggressive on this, and I'm sorry that it's going to be shocking to see me get more aggressive on it, but I'm going to. Jack says it's more important things to teach kids in those days, like to not get in the back of white tramp vans. Exactly, Jack. Dino Mike just did a Will Smith reference right there. Keep other tickers out of your mother. Oh man, it's in the rules myself, but I'll do that. I will do that. Yeah, anything that you see listed on the page over here is fine. Anything in relationship to AMC specifically is fine. Like if you want to know information, okay, so this is something that's I'm gonna change this one because before I used to say like if you want any information that I can give to you. At this point, I feel like we're kind of getting to that point to where I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I'm not handing out information on anything else other than what's within the guidelines. Because too many people would just be like, oh, can I get the short interest on this? And it was their way of bypassing the rule of like not talking about something else. But let me put a message up since myself is saying I should put it to the top. All right, there it is. I'll pin it to the top. I'm going to be strictly enforcing the rules from here on out. There are only two. Please familiarize yourself with them in the description box or description of the channel before commenting. Thanks for understanding. Pin to the top now. Yeah, don't worry about it, Mega. You're good. We're good. It just, I removed it, but let's just try not to talk about, because I mean, let me just go back and check your. That really is related to AMC, all of those. All right. I'll tell you what. I'll take you off the list because those really are kind of related to what's. So I agree with you. I'll take you off the list. You have no strikes. Yeah, I'm willing to be. I'm not like trying to be Gestapo here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's there's obviously differences, and I'm willing to I'm willing to negotiate terms. So I'm not trying to be a complete jerk on this. Just try to explain your point, and if you can make a valid point as to why it shouldn't be a strike, I'm willing to talk about it. So it's not I'm not a jerk. But I tell you what though, I'm tired of seeing retail lose, and I really want to avoid the idea of talking about other tickers and advertising. I would rather just not here. Y'all can do that everywhere else, just not here. Moving forward, somebody wanted Cole. Cole, I think was it Cole? Let me see. Let me go back up a little bit here. I think it was Cole wanted me to talk about my life a little bit here, and it's kind of weird. I mean, not it's not weird that you would ask me to do that, but it's just I feel weird talking to Colby. Colby asked. 1998 to two. Okay, yeah. So when did I get in the market? So originally, when I got into the semiconductor industry in 1998. That was the very first year. I would have been let's see, 22 years old. Yeah, I would have been 22 years old, and I got in the semiconductor industry. And one of my very first bosses in the semiconductor industry, which was booming back then, because this is pre tech crunch and um, the failure of the tech, the what do they call it, Silicon Valley in the early 2000s. Um, a lot of people had a lot of money in that industry, and so when I got into it, the very first time that I ever had somebody really kind of impress upon me that it was important um, to save for your future, and break it down and show why it was important and how much you could potentially save, was a supervisor. I can't remember his name now. I want to give him full credit, and I can't remember. It's been way too far along. You know how I am with names; it's just pretty bad. So, but anyways, he impressed upon me and showed me and broke it down like how much money you could potentially make out of a 401k. So I started investing, and because the company had a match back then that was up to like 6%, I think it was. They matched up to 6% of whatever. If you put in 6%, then they match 6, and then they gave you an additional one on top of that. So you ended up getting like 7% out of them every year, which was basically just free money for free. so so it was like a no-brainer, right? Like you just throw in 6% into your 401k and it gets matched and then some. And you just start, messing around however you want to with your 401k, which I made a lot of mistakes in the first 2 years. The first 2 years of trading, I was trying to do stupid things like trying to trade trade between mutual funds, like it was day trading almost. And guys, guys, come on. We all make some really dumb mistakes when we first enter into the market. You just don't really know what it is you're doing, and you're just kind of experimenting. I was a dink at the time, dual income, no kids, and so I had tons of money at the time to just blow away and experiment around with. And so I learned a lot of really good lessons really quick, really fast. And then in 2000, I started playing tennis, and yeah, I think it was 2000. It was 2000. In 2000, I started playing tennis, and I started hanging out with kind of like the the uppity people, and people who are I don't even know I don't know what to call it. I don't want to be like I don't want to be like labeling people or anything here, and that's what I'm doing. But the uppity people. so they started showing me, ways that you could start investing your money in the market, but not doing it through a 401k. And so I started investing money in other kinds of ways. And I started out with penny stocks, which ended up being a really big mistake as well. Penny stocks is where I kind of, because I didn't have, I didn't have at the time as much money as I would have liked to have put into it. But I tried to put as much as I possibly could in there without the wife seeing it, and then making trades as much as I could in penny stocks. And I'll tell you what, guys, everybody goes through what I would consider to be growing pains when you start trading, and you start learning a lot of things are big mistakes, like watching Jim Cramer. And so you left off rule 3. No, no, no. Those are trading rules, not channel rules. Oh, or unless you mean something else, Dr. Zeno. But anyways, I should ask. Wait. I'm so confused. Myself says should ask Super Steven when he drops in here. Happens sometime. Oh, mistakes. Anyways, doesn't want to label immediately labels. I can't help myself. So I'm getting lost in this story. So I started trading in the market in a cash account and in penny stocks, and started making some mistakes there. And then um, I started investing. I think at the time I was invested in a couple different builders. I was actually I bought my first house in 1999. I would have been 23 years old. I bought my first house at 23 years old. It was I think it was a 1900 square foot home in yeah, it was in Eugene, Oregon. And I was doing really well for myself. It was a nice house, 2-car garage kind of thing. Had 2 dogs, a nice grass lawn and everything. It's like, uh, it was a good house. It was a good first house, and I was doing well for myself. I was making lots of money, and then the market crash came. Oh yes, the market crash came, and I was invested in home builders. I felt like there was a lot of good investments, and at the time, Bill Clinton had signed. I think it was Bill Clinton at the time had signed into law a bunch of different bills that was basically going to help um, first-time home buyers getting into homes, and so there's like this massive housing purchasing going on, and everybody was buying homes everywhere, and so the builders were making like just crap tons of money. Don't ask me which ones they were. I can't. There's no way for the life of me I can remember what they were. I just remember that I was pulling in like I'm pretty sure year over year I was making like 40% gains if not more. May have even had 60% gains one. I think in 1999 it might have been like 60% and then 40 in 2000. And then the market crash hit. And it was rough. It was rough because I watched probably about a third of my money disappear overnight, which was 30% gone, 33% gone in a overnight deal. It's kind of rough to watch have happen. And then I made probably one of the worst mistakes and a very good lesson to learn in the market is that when a market starts crashing, you don't run for the hills, you hold. And I ran for the hills. And when you do that, it takes some time for your accounts to settle. And so, as I was getting my positions out, I sold and took a little bit more of a hit. And I know the settlement comes later, but I took a little bit more of a hit as I was waiting, as I was trying to get out of those positions. And so I ended up taking like, I think in total I lost probably about 60% of everything that I had made in those 2 years. I lost 60% of it, and it's realized losses at that point, right? You don't get to recuperate that. It's or recoup it. It's just gone. It's gone. Poof, vanish. And I started buying into things like bonds and stuff to things that were going to be more safe, or what I thought were going to be more safe, which still ended up losing I think some money at the time. But it was rough. It was really really rough watching all that hard earned, what I felt like was hard earned money, just kind of disappear. And I learned really quickly from that if I had just maintained my positions and maybe averaged down along the way, I would have been so much better off. Especially since most of the companies that I was invested in, would have been making turnaround, would have made turnarounds and actually had net profits, maybe 5 years down the road. But it's a hard lesson to learn. So 60% just wiped out. Yeah, they were stable companies. They were very stable. Adam Aaron tweeted again. It's his third tweet today. Huh, he sure did. And on top of the first one, this additional Avatar 2 themed meme just came in. You all take my breath away with your creativity and sense of humor. Never in my wildest dreams would I have predicted or anticipated any of this would come my way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Avatar, the way of AA. Who did they post his head on? It's kind of funny. All right, so where was I? Story. So I kind of avoided the markets for a while. I was a little discouraged, and then right around that time, in about 2003, like 2 years later, I had my first son, and I think it was about that time that I probably started reinvesting back into the market. I'm trying to remember. There was another mistake that I made with my investments. And I'm trying to remember what it was. It was another penny stock type deal where you invest in it, and I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. It wasn't that big of a deal, but it was one of those things where it's like, as an investor, everybody's on board and going like, oh yeah, you got to buy into this, and you jump on, and then you end up being the bag holder kind of thing, right? So I'm investing from 2003 to 2008, and I start looking. I had moved from Eugene, Oregon, down to Phoenix, Arizona, to work for another semiconductor company, and had my second house in Phoenix, Arizona, and was actually starting to get ready to move out of that house and getting into a new house that I was having built on contingency, and it was a beautiful home. I mean, a really beautiful home. I was moving into, like, I don't know. It's probably, if I had to go look up how much those homes are worth over there now, they're probably close to $1 million homes now. If I had, let me see. In fact, I want to go look at it and see, just because I'm kind of curious. Maybe we'll say 700,000, probably $700,000 home in Phoenix, and it was it was kind of one of those things where I was getting ready to sell my house on contingency, and then the 2008 market crash came, and I couldn't get my house sold in time and move into the new house before it happened. So I got stuck. I got stuck in the house that I was living in, and watched the value of that home go from it was appraised at $325,000, and I watched that house drop in price all the way down to. Oh, by the way, I sold my first house on my own because I didn't want to have to pay a realtor. Best choice I ever done in my whole life. I'm gonna tell you right now, guys. It depends on the state that you live in, because I don't know what it's like in every state. But selling my house on my own was probably one of the best decisions I ever made in my whole. I saved so much money. It was so nice. But anyways, I also learned too on my first home sale that no offense to you, for those of you who have served, but I didn't like the process of having to sell to somebody who was on an what do they call those military loans? The FHA, was it FHA? I think it's FHA. I don't remember. He was on one of the military home buying loans, and it kind of sucks, but that's another story. Anyways, bought my second house, sold my second. Oh, the house in Phoenix, Arizona, was underwater. Watched that go from VA loan. Thank you. I don't know why I can't think of VA. He was on a VA loan, and there's a whole bunch of restrictions that go into selling a house and on a VA to somebody who's buying with a VA loan, and it sucks, but really sucks. But anyways, the Phoenix home, I was underwater. I watched the $325,000 house drop down to about a valuation of about $140,000. It was rough. That was really rough. So basically, what happened to my stocks in 2001 happened to my home property value in 2008. So now the market's tanked me twice by 60%. Thank you very much, markets. Love you very much, because you guys suck. And I was sitting there going like, how in the world did I just get screwed twice in less than a decade? I couldn't believe it. I could not believe that our economy was doing that. But on the other hand, I was just as guilty the second time around. I was guilty because all of us were taking home equity loans. If I'd have just stayed in that house and never made an equity loan on that house like everybody else was, then I probably would have been just fine. But I did. I took out some home equity loans along the way. So I got stuck on that one. Sarah says, moral story, diversify. Yes. So this is true. This is very true. So then I had a really good deal with the company I was working at in Phoenix, where they were going to have to close their doors. It was a French-owned company, and they said that they were going to pay us time and a half for every hour we worked up until close, and they lasted for 3 years. So I got a year and a half's worth of pay after they closed shop, which was enough for me to be able to buy a house with the house that I owned in Phoenix when I came here to Austin, Texas to work for Samsung. And I ended up having to put down, I think it was 40% on the house that I bought here in Pflugerville, Austin. That was rough. It was really rough, but it was after the market crash, and it was like 2011, and nobody else. Luckily for me, I had an 800 plus credit score. I think I had an 824 credit score at the time, so it was much easier for me to get in a home loan than a lot of other people, because I didn't foreclose on my house in Phoenix, and I was renting it out, and but it took out all that money, that 1.5 years worth of money that I had put into the house. It just evaporated it. So I've still got all that money wrapped up in a house right now. It's all sitting there. I wish I had access to that money right now, because that'd be like it'd be probably close to 80,000, because I got divorced since then, and so I'd only get half of it. So it'd be somewhere between 70 and $80,000 I'd probably that I could put towards AMC right now, and it's just killing me. It's absolutely killing me that I can't get to that money right now. But anyways, there's that's a side story. So I'm waiting to get that, and meanwhile, in my let's see, what number house is this? One, two, three, fourth house now, and not too far away from where my other house is at, and here in Pflugerville, and I've been trading in the market. Oh yeah, I avoided the market again after the 2008 crash for probably actually right about 3 years again. So I got back in and started investing in the market. One of my last investments, in case you're wondering, like what good investments I've had along. One of my most favorite ones, my favorite stories is Facebook. I got into the Facebook IPO when it first opened up at 30, I think it was 35 or $36, and everybody told me it was going to be trash stock, and but I knew what the value of the data was that they were collecting, and I held on to that thing for 2 years before doubling my money. I think my cost basis right now, I haven't looked at it. I hate looking at that stuff, so I haven't looked at it recently, but I think it's around $17. I'm not far away from doubling right now, and I'm still holding this, and I will continue to hold this because I know AMC is worth way more than double what I paid for this, my cost average. I had my cost average as low as 9, but I decided to dump more money in along the way. So I think my cost average, it might be a little bit lower than 17, but I think it's about 17. So I believe in what's going on here, guys. I really, really believe what's going on here, and I think that this company is worth way, way more. I think this is worth way more than just the 25.85 that we're sitting at right now. I can tell you, out of all these years that I've been trading in the market, when you can see the manipulation, but we didn't know what to call it before. All those years ago, never knew what to call it. It was just technical analysis. Oh yes, that's part of the story I left out. I forgot about the tennis club part. Go back to the tennis club part. One of the guys that I met at the tennis club was a day trader. That's what he did for a living. Dude was like really super super rich. Had one of the only grass. He had one of the only grass tennis courts in Eugene, Oregon that met all requirements and regulations, outdoor grass tennis court that met all regulations and requirements for official match tournament play. And he had professional tennis players that would come and play on his courts, his grass tennis courts, because of that. He had the only one in Eugene, Oregon. Well, actually, in all of Oregon that met those requirements, and he kept it pristine, absolutely pristine. This dude was really, really, really good at what he did, and he introduced me to what's called the Ichimoku cloud. I'm going to say it correctly for this portion of the story. The Ichimoku cloud is what he introduced me to, and he said this is a great day trading indicator to look at. And he kind of showed me how to use it. And so that's something that I've kind of taken and shared with you guys, and we've since transformed the name into Ichimoku Cloud, which knowing that guy would be turning, I don't know if he's even still alive or not anymore, but if he'd be turning in his grave if he's not, because he was very uptight about his trading. But I'm telling you right now, guys, that was probably one of the coolest things that anybody's ever shown me for a tool in regards to day trading. When this is all said and done, if you ever decide to day trade, really, really look into the Ichimoku cloud and understand how it works and how it can help you to see indicators. It's not the only tool that you should use, but it is a very good tool for picking buy-in and sell-out points. Leona, I know it was too much of a down payment, but I had to get into the house. I had to. I needed a house to live in. Let's see. Who broke Casey today? Somebody asked. Colby asked me to tell my life story, so I did. What is Ichimoku cloud? I thought it was a joke. No, no, the Ichimoku IC. It's the IC indicator, right? You pull up IC, and then the best way to read it is on a 1 hour and 4 hour, or 1 hour and 3 hour. It doesn't matter how you pull it up, but on Webull they don't have 3 hours an option. I could probably add it or something, but I haven't bothered to. 4 hour works fine too. 1 hour, 4 hour is fine. Um, but you pull it up on a 1 hour, 4 hour, and I can make it real simple and quick and easy. You've got you've got four little things you got to look at here. You got the cloud. You've got the baseline, which is this blue line down here at the bottom. You've got the conversion line, which is the gold line, and you've got this purple line, which is called the lagging line. If you actually look this up on Investopedia, there's Japanese names for each one of these lines and the cloud as well. But what you're looking for is you're looking for the base. You're looking for the conversion line to be above the baseline, which is our current condition right now, and you're looking for the lagging line to be crossed over on the price line. So if you were to go back in time and look at this, um, like this would have been a buy-in point right here because price is outside the cloud. That's rule number one that you don't do on the Ichimoku cloud is you never trade while you're inside the cloud. You only make trades outside the cloud. You can make trades on the bottom side of a cloud, but you have to be pretty confident that it's going to continue to rise through the cloud, and that's pretty rare. So more often than not, you're buying above the cloud and you're selling before it makes it back through the cloud. But the way that you tell that it's going to go back through the cloud again is when you start seeing price return to the conversion line. And when it starts hitting conversion line, that's kind of an indicator that it's time to start maybe perhaps selling your position. Now this is a day trading signal, guys. This is not something that you want to use in Casey, can you type? Oh yeah, absolutely I can. But it's not a pro. It's an indicator. Ichimoku. Moku. I'm probably saying it wrong. I'm gonna link you to the Investopedia on this. And I don't see the amazing part to me, and I love this. I've gotten on several space calls before, where I've talked to people who claim to be day traders, and I ask them, I'm like, "Oh, so you must know about the Ichimoku cloud?" And they go like, "The what?" And that's as soon as I ask them that question, the minute that they say that they don't know what the Ichimoku cloud is, I know they're not a good day trader. I know it for a fact because if you are a good day trader, you know what this indicator is. Otherwise, you're not making money. There's no point for me even talking to you because I know you know what this indicator is. If you know your indicators, you got to know what this indicator is. Otherwise, you're trash. And there's not any reason for me to be talking to you. I don't even respect what it is that they have to say at that point because I know that people who are making millions and millions of dollars are using this indicator constantly and they look at it. Anyways, it's a great indicator. Uh, this would be your first point of selling out is when you start seeing price hitting into the conversion line. A very definitive selling point is when you see price touching down on base. At that point, you've got basically a signal that's telling you that this can't continue to support upwards movement when you come back down into the base. So this is a pretty heavy sell signal right here. That's showing right now. Not for us, but I mean for day trading perspective, right? So anytime we start seeing or we start losing support and positive buying pressure, I know that our day traders that are buying into AMC are leaving when we see this happen. And you can see the pressure starting to die off, volume starting to fall. It's because they're seeing the signal here and they're saying, "Yep, this thing's kind of it's reached a little bit of a max saturation level." and so they exit their positions, right? Another selling point would be if the lagging line ever touches the price line. That's another good indication to exit your position. There are times where you could have price rising above the conversion and the base, not touching them, and have the lagging line touch the price line, and that would be a very hard time to get out. It's oversaturated. Uh, and then you can use this data right here. Looking at the 1 hour, you can go to the 4 hour chart, and I would not use this indicator, by the way, guys, on any other time intervals other than a 1 hour or 4 hour. If you go to the daily, you're looking too far out. This is a day trading indicator here. This is not something that you're going to use on a long-term basis or short-term basis. It needs to be that sweet zone, which is 1 hour to 4 hour. Actually, 1 to 3 hour would be ideal. But on Webull, they don't allow you to look at 3 hours, so it is what it is. On the 4 hour, you can see right now that we are touching down for the very first time since yesterday. We're touching down on the conversion line here, which could mean that we're going to start seeing it's oversaturated and we might see some cooling off period. Price does typically like to fall through a green cloud in the thinner portions of a green cloud, but it could be on the backside too. There's going to be a backside of this green cloud when we may fall through over here somewhere. Meanwhile, you've got lagging line back here getting really close to coming up and touching one of these, touching the price line. So you can see unless there's some kind of market condition that occurs that's outside of, what's the word I want to use? Outside of normal trading patterns. Like if there's a margin call, if a margin call comes rolling in, then that would negate any of this data here, right? Because that's an unforeseen event. This was only having to do with saturation in the market, like how many people are investing this and whether or not there's still buying pressure that's moving in or not moving in. See, the funny thing is, Justin, the funny thing is that, there's a lot of people that are quote unquote experts, right? But the people that you go on a space call to talk to, they're not millionaires. Those guys aren't talking to people on space calls. Not unless they have something to make off of them, unless they have a way to profit off those people. So when you go into a space call and you're talking to somebody and they're claiming to be some kind of day trader, those people are not who they're claiming to be they are, because they wouldn't be there talking to you and wasting their time. They have way better things to be wasting their time on than sitting there making trades through or talking to people and wasting their time. They could be sitting there trading in the market instead of wasting their time talking to people. So that's kind of how you know they're disingenuous. And that's why I call them trash. Yeah, I'm not saying that people in general are trash, yo. I'm just saying that people who go on and claim to be a day trader and that they're really experienced, that's what I'm saying. Like they're going in there with disingenuous intentions, and they're saying things that are untrue. And then when I call them out on whether or not they know what an Ichimoku cloud is, and they don't know, then I'd be like, and I'm sitting there going like, okay, well, I know what kind of person you are now. You're very disingenuous. So that's why I'm calling them trash. Not because people who don't use indicators are trash, but people who are going to space calls like that are trash and saying those kind of things. And like insinuating that because they're looking at say for example that they're looking at a balance sheet of a company, which is a great thing to look at. There's nothing wrong with looking at a balance sheet of a company before you invest in it. But if you're going to sit there and create a short thesis on AMC over a balance sheet, but you're not looking at trend indicators, you're not a true day trader. And that's what they're claiming to be sometimes, not all the time. Sometimes they're just investors, period. But anyways, I'd read up on this. This is a great indicator to use. It can really help you in the future, perhaps, if you guys are looking to try and make money in the market. You can even, I'm trying to think which, I don't think I have anything up here. I guess we could look at HYMC and see it maybe. If you went to HYMC on the 4-hour, we could go back and check out HYMC before it took off on when AMC bought into it. When was that? Let's see. Well, I think AMC probably bought in somewhere around here, March. This is absolutely insane. So price does this like really crazy movement here where and this is again on the 4-hour, so this is a much larger scale here. But look at, I mean, this is just massive movements on this thing. But you can see price movement like moving up and then kind of trading sideways and falling under. So somebody might sell in this point, and then when they start seeing price rising above, this would be like an entry point again, and then you would be holding and then perhaps selling right here on the first touchback, and then waiting for it to rise above again, buying perhaps here, selling perhaps here. You might take a little bit of a loss on this indicator here. Oh, actually, you know what? The lagging line might have actually triggered that you wouldn't sell here, so this may have never been a buy-in. Let's see. Here's a great buy-in point right here. And you can see price rise well above. It's at 1.86. Rises way up and over and touches down right here. You could sell out at 2.67 and after less than 48 hours. So maybe even at close as you're coming back down, you could sell at 2.62. You'd make a full dollar on this entry point. You would have been in the play for like 24 hours. A buck increase on valuation over a 24-hour period trade, which is not a bad. It's not a bad investment. But they're quick swing trades. You're just in and out. I'd rather not tech. Yeah, it's time to take a look at the numbers and head to break because I didn't go to break on this this last one. So that's kind of that's a great question, Tom. It's kind of one of those things where like if you're going to look at it on the 1-hour, then I would say that yeah, you probably on the 1-hour you probably would want to see it above, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. If it's driving really quickly above it, then you could make it's kind of one of those judgment calls like do I do it or don't I do it, and you're just going to have to like you're going to have to make a judgment call. Is it something that you're willing to risk getting in early to try and maximize your profits on your entry point to ignore the signals? That's the first one, Jabibs. That's your first indicator. You don't have to get out at the conversion line. You definitely need to get out by the base. But oftentimes what you'll see have happen is it'll touch the conversion once, bounce off of it, and then come back and hit it a second time. That second time you should be out by that second time. Because if it comes back and touches the conversion line a second time, it's almost like confirmation that it's oversaturated and is going to start falling in price. So that's kind of that point where you're going like, okay, yeah, this is a confirmed signal of getting out time. Yeah, I don't change any of the settings, Danny, for the Ichimoku. I leave them as they are. I know I changed the. You're right. I do change the settings for the Bollinger Bands, but I would not change them for the Ichimoku. Again, Tech, like I said, you only want to use Ichimoku for the 4-hour and the 1-hour. It should be used more as an indicator for short-term trades, not long-term. let's take a look at our numbers here. Because it's a really good indicator, Tech. That's why. I mean, go look at the research. I mean, it was created. It's kind of one of those high level math Japanese creations, technical indicators, which means that there's some heavy theory, heavy statistical process theory that's going into the different indicators that make up that indicator. Whether it be the cloud, the conversion line, the baseline, or the lagging line. If you go and you look at some of the formulas for that, there's a lot of thought process that goes into how it predicts where price is going to move to. That I think is very robust, and I know I hate using that word, but you got to give them credit where credit's due. It's a very robust indicator and can give you some very good insights as to what's going to be occurring in the future. Logging into my brokerage. Two-factor authentication, guys. You might want to try it out on your account. If it doesn't work for you, just take it off. But it'll help keep somebody out of your account that may not supposed to be in your account if that should ever happen. Seems very highly unlikely, but you never know. Might save you. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you're writing. Hold those thoughts if they're directly for me. We'll run through these numbers and then I'll take a break. And then I can get away from you guys since myself needs some me time. All right. What do we got going on here? Starting with the off exchange. An hour ago, it was 54.21 in the off exchange and 10.18 through the EDGX. Let's see what those numbers are now. We've got 55.73 through the off exchange and 10.14 through the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 65.87% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges alone. Do note that NYSE ARCA is almost more than double the 30-day average. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was a reporting of a return of 1.39 million shares. It's now a return of 3.28 million shares. That's actually kind of getting spicy because it's over 3 million. Those return of those shares is going to have the effect of raising the short interest of the free float to 17.97%. Cost bar average is at 10.38, max is at 12.23, min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 140.18 million shares, which is 7.8 million more on loan day over day, and I'm estimating about 2.78 of that is short interest. Taking a look at options. At a $26 strike price for calls, there was 22.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 30.9. And on the puts, at a $25 strike price, there was 8.7 thousand contracts. There's now 10,000. So we have a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. And the market signaling for a close between 25 and 26. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in second with 54% buys to 46% sales. And GME is currently 21st with 59% buys to 41% sales. Trigger price for SSR is at $22.91. It does not appear that they've borrowed any more shares. Fees are at 6.7%. We currently have 127.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 82.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 108,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 4.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. Oh, I forgot to add to my story, guys. Options were not an option for me. I do not have a whole lot of experience playing options. However, I do understand how they work. I have made some option trades, but I really avoid them a lot because I think you got to have a whole lot of money in the market in order for you to be able to absorb making a profit through those. That's my opinion. We can choose to disagree, but and still be friends. But that's just my opinion. So in regards to options, straight up being honest with you guys, I don't have a whole lot of experience, but I do understand how they work and the impact that they have on the market. NASDAQ is up 1.31%, Dow Jones is up 0.75%, and the S&P 500 is up 1%. We currently have 4,718 advancers to 2,045 decliners. VIX is down 4.9, VTI is up 1.02, IWD is up 0.82, Tesla's up 3.03, Amazon is up 0.5, Cinemark is up 2.64, Doge is up 0.35, Bitcoin is up 0.51, GME is up 4.13, HYMC is up 0.7, Hood is up 3.24, NCMI is up 11.93, and AMC is up 2.22% for the day today. There's currently $31 million more in outflow than in inflow, and we've traded 39.28 million shares so far, and we're just slightly less than halfway through the day. After 166 minutes of trading, we're currently on pace for 92.3 million shares traded for the day, which is getting really close to the top end of my prediction. I said 70 to 90 million shares traded by the end of the day today. We're getting close to starting to make it. The pace that we're running for the day today is getting close to entering into my prediction territory. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.22, which is above average. On the daily, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.02, which is signaling overbought. On the hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.73, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.56, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.63, which is slightly just above average. I'll say this, one of the things that I've taught myself is to go through and try to learn in regards to indicators, to go through and find different indicators and see what they do, how they work, why they work the way that they work, trying to understand the formulas behind them so that I understand why it's signaling what it's signaling. And what I will say is this: the vortex indicator is something that I found on my own. Nobody ever showed me the vortex indicator. I found it, and I absolutely cannot stand trying to read the MACD. And I feel like I understand how the MACD works. It just doesn't visually comprehend to me as well as the vortex indicator does. But they really kind of signal the same thing. And I think the vortex indicator is a great substitution for the MACD. Or wait, hold on a second. Is it MACD or VWAP? Hold on a second. Volume weighted average price. No. It's the MACD. Yeah, I always get them confused. MACD. Yeah, MACD. VWAP is another great indicator. In fact, the guy who taught me about the Ichimoku cloud, some of the other two big indicators that he pushed at the time on me or impressed upon me that were extremely important. Actually, 3 other indicators were moving averages, VWAP, and MACD. I don't really take a look at moving averages too much, but they are great indicators. I would be stupid to suggest to you guys that moving averages are not important. They are very extremely important, moving averages. VWAP is a very good indicator as well. I just don't like it very much. MACD. I can't stand MACD. I hate that one above all else. I hate that one. But I feel like the vortex indicator is a great replacement indicator. Instead of using MACD, I feel like you can find just as much information out of the vortex indicator. We are at 2601. I know he would, James. I know for a fact that he would be so upset that I was changing the name. The dude was like super uptight about. I don't think he would have even laughed if I said Ichimoku. I, I'm pretty sure he would exactly understand what it was I was saying, and more than likely be like, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." He was very opinionated, and not even wouldn't hesitate to tell you his opinion right off the bat. I think that's what happens when a lot of people have money for a long periods of time. They kind of get to the point to where they just tell people what they think, and they don't really care what other people think because they just make up their own rules as they go. That's kind of the feeling I got from him, anyways. It was just kind of weird. He just told people things. Alex, it's a very good possibility that is the case. Hmm. Hmm. I'm read your question. Thomas saying, Casey, do you know who is considered the best J trader of all times? Why do I feel like if I go to Google and I look it up, it's going to say Warren Buffett, but I feel like that's a complete lie. Like I feel like if I go and check it out, like it's going to literally, like I don't, Warren Buffett's not that at all. Stephen Cohen, 0.72 of all time, because Warren Buffett would not be the answer. I know that for sure. Let's see. James Simmons, George Soros, Bill Gross, Ken Griffin, Steve Cohen's on the list. He is on there. Ray Dalio. Ken Griffin is on the list. You know what? If I looked at that list and had to say which one do I think was the best, I'd say George Soros. And you wouldn't like it. You wouldn't like that I'd said that, but it's true. I think George Soros is probably one of the. That's probably not a bad answer. I'm looking through a list right now. I'm just kind of curious how many of these. So yeah, Warren Buffett. Believe it or not, guys, Warren Buffett is really kind of he's the epitome of what it is that we're doing. Somebody who has a large amount of money and buys and holds and just sits there and waits for it to be worth something. So I would never put him on that list. Well, I mean, I know you guys are scoffing at Soros, but the thing is, it doesn't mean it's wrong. just because it's just because he's long on puts and currency doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. There's plenty of different ways to make your money in the market. It's not just going long on everything. Casey, do you have a time frame of how long it would take for the first ape to AMC conversion vote? No. Cliff Asness. I'm sorry, that got me. You got me, Nosa. No, that's not what I'm saying, Dr. Zeno. And he didn't hold necessarily for 80 years either. But I mean, he definitely held for oftentimes long, very long periods of time. And I think he's probably made the best case, uh, study case for buying and holding and having it work for you. Oh, you were joking? Okay. All right. Well, I get what you're saying. It's kind of true. The man does seem like he's like 120 years old, right? You know what? Tech, the guy that I'm talking about that I played tennis with at the tennis club, he was actually a really good tennis player. I actually didn't play tennis with him. I was working at the tennis club because this is a long story. I was working at the tennis club at the time, part time, because the company that I was working at, Hynix, had a layoff, and it was really big news because it was the only semiconductor company in all of Eugene, Oregon, and they had a layoff while they were doing some retooling, and they told everybody they were going to lay us off for 3 months, gave us a severance package, and then they were going to bring us back to work as soon as they retooled. And a lot of companies stepped up around the city to try and give jobs to people who had gotten laid off. They out of 4 shifts. This is a really weird layoff. 4 shifts, whatever shift was there at the time when they did the layoffs, they kept those people. It didn't matter who it was. They didn't even pick. They didn't even pick like who the best people were or anything. It was the people who were there at the time when they decided to do the layoff was the shift that got to keep their jobs, and everybody from the other 3 shifts got laid off. And so I wasn't my shift that was on that day, and and so the tennis club that I was at told me that they would hire me part time while I was waiting for my job to return to me at the place, and that which was great because then I could still play tennis and everything. So I was working at the club and I got a chance to meet the guy there. But the company called me back after a month. I only got to work there for a month at the tennis club, but I got to know a lot of really good people who were really supportive of the situation we were going through. And it happened to be right around 9/11. It was 9/11 that occurred while I was working at the tennis club. So it was really kind of it was weird because I was sitting there watching the 9/11 unfold on the TV when I was at the tennis club. Or actually no, I was at home, but I went to go work that day, that afternoon. My mom actually called us and woke us up because we were sleeping in till like 10 a.m. We had to go work that afternoon at the tennis club. And but yeah, it was 9/11 unfolded during that whole thing. But what Tech says here, when you make that kind of wealth, you're day trading. Still, your life is kind of sad. Like long-term trades and holds is easy when you have big money. Wealth holders exist. This dude, he was living the life, man. He really was living the life. And the thing is he would make most of his trades in the morning, and he was done for the rest of the day. He didn't make too many other trades other than the morning portion of the day. In and out, in and out, and most of his, he'd set stop loss limits and then just walk away from everything, and he didn't have to do anything. Set everything up first couple hours every single morning, walk away. It was he had quite the life, man, quite the life. I need to change my phrase to 1 week. Yo says some of my biggest returns are buy and holds. I'm telling you, it's really is the way to go. I mean, you can make a lot of money though, day trading, but you gotta have money to make money. So, and it can kind of be a little painful and grindy to start off with if you're starting. And when I say you gotta have money to make money, $1,000 isn't money. $10,000 is not money. $100,000 is not money. You gotta have like 250 grand or more in the stock market because the thing is you're diversified. You're doing You're doing trades between many different positions, and you want to be diversified, and you want to have probably like 50,000 or greater investments into different companies. So you're looking at like five, six, seven trades a day or maybe every other day that you're making between $250,000, and now you're making money. That's a day trader. If you don't have $250,000 in the market, at least, then you're not making money. And it's just gonna be grindy. You can go back, Colby, and watch it. But I'm gonna take a break now. Oh yeah, you're right, Tech. You're absolutely right. It's kind of weird like that, right? I mean, like they're just worth like just buttloads of money, and they're still looking for more. I get it. I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that. At some point, it kind of seems like, what do you what kind of enjoyment is that in life? How do you find enjoyment in that? Like you've already made tons of money. Like just enjoy life at some point. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I'll be back at 12:10. Doing the late break thing again today. No, they don't use Weeble. The guys that got the big money, no. Trying to remember who he went through back in the day. Way, way, way back in the day. I want to say he was using. I don't remember. I'm thinking, and I honestly don't remember who he used. I don't remember, but somebody came on here not too long ago and showed a platform. And I was like, dude, that's the platform that guy used, and I don't remember what it was. I can never remember. Every time I always forget what it is. It's ancient looking. It looks like a Bloomberg terminal. Honestly, that's really truthfully and honestly, somebody who's making good money should be using Bloomberg terminals. You want to know if they're making good cash? Ask them if they've got a Bloomberg subscription. That would be actually that would be the very first thing I would say to somebody. You'll know a real day trader if you ask them if they've got a Bloomberg terminal subscription, and if they say no, then just laugh. I mean, seriously, like if they can't afford a 10 grand a year investment into Bloomberg because they're trading on 250 plus or a year, then they're probably a nobody. So I know I don't. I've never had a Bloomberg terminal, doctor, so no. I'm a nobody. I will be the first to admit it. Oh, is it 18 grand a year? I thought it was 10K a year. Maybe I forgot how much it was. I'm definitely a nobody, Dr. Zeno. You'll never hear me claim to be the best day trader of all time. I've never had 250 grand to throw into the market before. Uh, I'm not going to say how much. I was close. I was close, but never that much. Never that much. Oh man, I was close. I was really, really close, but one of those market crashes really wiped me out pretty good. Screw the Hedgies. Now you know where screw the Hedgies comes from. Screw the Hedgies. Really, really close. No, No, they cannot, Tom. They actually move. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't go back to the same stock. They're moving around constantly from stock to stock, and it's not because there's too many tax implications from day trading or swing trading the same security over and over and over. You got to there's resting time in between your trades. There's so many things you got to know about day trading. Um, but yeah, they're moving around. So when they exit a position, they keep a ledger. They know how long they have before they can enter back into a position. Yep, in, up, out. You're not hanging around. It's there's always something new, something else to go to, and you're cycling through many different positions. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you guys back at 12:10.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
HOA is a homeowners association. And sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. And sometimes it makes a difference as to whether or not the homeowners association president lives on your street or not. I think even my wife laughed at that one in the background. Pro Jewelers going long on reverse repo 2.23. Yesterday's was 2.199. So we'll see what today's is. But I've got mine in there, 2.218. We did have a little bit of a run here to 26.20. Problem I have, guys, right, been in the market since 1998, right? Trading more actively and not just like mutual funds in 2000. I have never, in all the time that I've been in the market, I've never, ever, ever once had somebody come to me and adamantly tell me that I was going to lose all my money if I continued to hold a stock that I was holding. I've never had complete strangers try to convince me that what I'm holding is the biggest mistake of all time. Never seen it. Even when I've been in some of the biggest mistakes I've ever been in. In fact, when you're in some of the biggest mistakes you've ever been in is the most quietest. Oftentimes you don't hear a peep about mistakes that you're in. Nobody says anything to you. And you're just sitting there, you're holding it, and suddenly you realize you're the only person in the room. And you're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You don't want to be in that position. It's not a good thing. So in a way that kind of tells me that we're on the right track. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Oh, son of a gun. My phone's upstairs, but I should get it through my watch. Let's see if this works. Because my phone is upstairs. Hopefully my watch sends it to me. No, it's okay. I don't know if it sent it to me. It didn't. That's interesting to know. I left my phone upstairs, so I was relying on my watch to, oh, there it is. It finally just came through. Just took it a hot second. It's good to know. Easter Beast, Casey, or anyone, here's a topic. Any thoughts on how to properly thank the person who got us into this play, assuming it all works out? I mean, more than likely, they're probably going to have been in the play too, and so there's not really much you can do. I would say I'm thinking. I would find out. I would find out from them what it is that that's special to them in their life. And if usually for some people, like there's something you know that they've always been kind of wanting to get, right? And more than likely, those people are probably going to go out and get it them for themselves anyways. But if you can beat them to the punch, if you can beat them to the punch on getting whatever it is that they were going to think about getting for themselves, and get it for them in advance first, and it could be something small, like for example, like and I don't mean something like a car or anything like that, but maybe they have like a small hobby that they do, like I don't know, playing poker or something like that. If they play poker, maybe you get them like this really cool card placeholder, and you get them like some kind of like I don't know, something cool. Buy him a broken-handled mug. Yeah, don't get him a Lambo. It's funny though. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Buy them Fort Knox. Does Fort Knox even hold gold anymore? Does it? Because I feel like sometimes it's just a memorial, a memorial to holding gold. I don't even know. I feel like maybe they don't even hold gold there. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. 55. Oh, okay, I just refreshed and I can't see it now. 56.46% of our volume going through the off exchange currently, and the EDGX is really low today, 9.93. Oops. Putting us at a total of 66.39% of our volume going through those two off exchanges, which is elevated, but not too incredibly high. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago, there was approximately 3.28 million shares having been returned. Usually numbers start getting kind of spicy whenever you see 3 million returned or even borrowed shares. Doesn't matter which way it goes. It's currently at 3.94 million shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering that estimated short share interest a little bit more to 17.94%. Cost per hour average is at 10.39. Cost per hour max is at 12.23, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is at 140.18 million shares, which is 7.8 million shares more on loan today than yesterday. And that is an increase. I'm estimating an increase in short interest by 2.78 million shares. Taking a look at options at a $26 strike price. An hour ago, there was 30.9 thousand contracts, and there's now 36.9. For the puts, at a $25 strike price, an hour ago, there was 10,000 contracts, there's now 11.4. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently second with a 53% buy to 47% sell ratio. GME in 21st with a 57% buy to 43% sell ratio. SSR triggers at $22.91. Available shares to borrow is the same as it was an hour ago. Fees have dropped by 0.1% to 6.6. 119.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 90.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 109.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. Nasdaq is up 1.45, Dow Jones is up 0.81, S&P 500 is up 1.1. We currently have 4,849 advancers to a declining 1,940 decliners, and that's cooking with bacon grease right there. The market is really cooking good. It's tasty. VIX is up, or rather down 5%. VTI is up 1.13. IWD is up 0.97. Tesla's up 3.16. Amazon is up 0.67. Cinemark is up 2.79. Doge is up 0.19. Bitcoin is up 0.34. GME is up 4.06. HYMC is up 1.02. Hood is up 3.28. NCMI is up 10.63. And AMC is up 2%. Inflow versus outflow. $40 million. Let me make sure I got that right, but I think it's $40 million more in outflow than inflow. Yep, $40 million more outflow than inflow. Volume is at 45.6 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. I suggested somewhere between 70 to 90 million shares. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 232 minutes. Putting us on pace for 76.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It looks like I might be a little bit off on my prediction, a little high, which is not good. I don't like being high. He said he hates being high. He's a dweeb. Taking a look at the weekly, we have got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.18, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 78.02, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with a RSI of 56.59, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with multiple crossovers on the 30-minute interval here. Looks like it's having a hard time deciding which way it's going, but currently more buying pressure. RSI at 52.12, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a massive divergence of the two values. And RSI at 48.73, which is just slightly below average. Let's see if I can get an idea for where we're heading to here. I'm pretty sure I got enough data now. For the most part, we're consolidating between 25.40 and 26.56. I think I'm probably just going to draw a bit of a wedge here. Which would have us closing perhaps would have us closing the price maybe potentially breaking out in the aftermarket hours if it were going to break out. But it does look like they're going to try to close this. There could be a breakout beforehand, but it doesn't look like they're going to try and close it somewhere between 25.75 and perhaps 26.03. That's what it's looking like right now. So unless we have some type of move that's going to get us outside of this wedge right here, that's where it's heading towards. Just a bunch of consolidation. Tech says I think it's empty. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard rumors. Yo says when I was at Fort Knox, it was just tanks, tanks, and more tanks. The tanks were made out of gold? Fort Knox, haven't you seen Die Hard? Yeah, they got it all underneath the New York Stock Exchange. That's right. You know what, Easter Beast? Sometimes people are rich without being rich. You know what I'm saying? Easterby says Jeremy Irons said Fort Knox is for tourists. But yeah, I would say sometimes you just got to remember that it's the small things in life that really make people happy and not necessarily the big things. So getting something heartfelt may be more advantageous to getting something that is um, expensive. Maggie says buy him a lifetime of supply of condoms, which seeing as how he has a lot of kids, I don't know if he's gonna need it, but Savvy says, do you think that if it's obvious that there's millions of synthetics, would they try to negotiate a price? So, Savvy, have you ever heard me say that by the time this was all said and done, that there would be people that would hate me? You've probably heard me say that before. If you want my honest opinion, I have a feeling that at some point we're probably have to go into some type of negotiations. To which, I don't know how that's going to work out. I know it sounds really strange and odd. I really don't know how it's going to work out. We're doing something here that's never been done before. But I have a feeling that we're probably going to end up having to go into some kind of negotiations as to how much we're going to settle for. And I don't know. I have a feeling me saying that right now might even just be pissing people off. Reverse repo for today is 2.213. Oh, I missed it by 0.005. So close. Tech We Love says, except in terms of marriage, my brother is in data analytics and his college projects show that the more money you had, the more happily married, the poorer, the more divorced. No, not pissing me off at all. I like realistic dreams. I really, truly, and honestly believe that this will probably result in some kind of negotiations of some sorts. I mean, that's my personal opinion. Maybe those who sell will get out at a price that they think is good, and then the negotiations will probably be for a lot more, and they'll be pissed off that they weren't part of the negotiations. Maybe the people who, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people who get out early will make more. I don't know. I really don't know. But I tend to think that I do tend to think that there's going to be some type of negotiations after it's all said and done. Maggie says Casey a trillion gazillion no less. I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I don't know that for a fact. I mean, it could be that the market can afford to pay everybody out, and I'm not saying that that's why there would be negotiations because they couldn't. I just It seems to me like at some point there would probably be some kind of arbitration or something like that between um, shareholders and institutions in order to keep the. I mean, if you guys go back and watch The Big Short, I mean, they legit had a. I wanted to share the clip today because I saw a clip in there where it was like they got to a point to where they sat down and they started talking about like JP Morgan was talking about how they had um, basically put a section of the company at risk, and so they thought, okay, well, we can just sell some of our position, put the company at less risk, and we can walk away with less money out of our pockets. And they ended up deciding to hold and basically wipe out an entire section of their company. So um, I don't know. That's kind of one of those things where people are going to feel differently about different things as we go forward. Oh yeah, please don't drive, Savvy. Oh, Savvy, you're supposed to, when you get your eyes dilated, you're supposed to have somebody drive you. All right, here's the breakout. This looks like this may be a breakout right here. It's attempting to drop out at the bottom side of the Bollinger Band. We're at sorry, not Bollinger Band, but the wedge, well, and the Bollinger Band. We're at 250, 25.58, and we're heading down towards that 25.40 level of support. We'll see if that holds. We are driving down the bottom side of the Bollinger Band pretty hard. Volume's starting to increase quite a bit. 2 minutes ago, we had 369,000 shares traded. Savvy says they didn't even give me the big old lady glasses. Yeesh. I didn't know they touch your eyeball. The last time I went in there, they numbed up my eyes, and then the lady said something about like you're gonna feel like some like air pressure or something like that. I forget what she said exactly, but I was like, "Are you touching my eyeball with that thing?" And she goes, "Do you really want to know the answer?" And I said, "Yes, I do." She goes, "Yeah, we're touching your eyeball." And I was like, "Oh, that weirded me out. I did not like that at all." Yeah, yo, let me scroll up here a little bit. I did not like them touching my eyeball. Casey, so if folks, the other side, do not have enough ape, are they able to just sell to a particular party instantly? Casey, so folks. I'm not sure if I understand the question. I think what you mean is like, can they just generate liquidity? Um, I would think so. I mean, that's what market makers are tasked with doing is creating liquidity within the market, which is short exempt volume. But the question is, we haven't seen any options chain yet issued for AMC, and if they, that's one of the ways that they can create liquidity is by generating short exempt volume. And if they can't do that, then I don't know what they could do. Yucca Frida, where did you go to high school? Like what state? Everybody in my high school had the same thing happen. There was I'll never forget it. There was some girl that went to prom with this guy that was kind of popular, and then all of a sudden, like after they went to prom, there was like some kind of like weird story going around about how he was licking her eyeball. It was like the weirdest. It was ugh. It was kind of a gross story. Safe Fidelity doesn't have enough apes. Can they call Adamaran and via their broker request X amount of ape to meet their deficit? And can that happen instantly? I don't. I honestly don't know the answer to that, yo. I really don't. Um, I'm partially wondering if they can just not even report it and then just make the transaction happen. Uh, should the person decide to sell at some point. I don't know the answer though. Dude, Yucca Frida, were you in Southern California? Because that story happened at my high school, and that was in California. I'm starting to Hollywood. Okay, no, I was in La Mesa, so different area. But I mean, still, that's kind of weird, right? Like we both have like a similar story of like somebody that we knew in high school who was licking eyeballs. Yeah, right. That's exactly what I would say. One Love, eyeball licker. Who does that? I know, right? The Yeah, I'm not sure what's worse. I'm not sure what's worse. Like the guy who like licks the eyeballs or the girl that lets him do it. I'm not really sure which one's worse because quite honestly, like if I had a girlfriend that said, "Hey, I want to lick your eyeball," I'd be like, "No, no, I'm not down for that. I don't want my eyeball licked." It's weird, right? Like who does that kind of thing? Like, "Oh, let me just lick your eyeball here." Please, no. Keep your tongue to yourself. I don't know, man. There's some freaky stuff people do. I don't know. We got down to as low as 25.06 and we're heading back up. We're already at 25.40. It was a pretty quick drop down and then a run back up. It was so fast of a drop down there. I got a text from somebody saying they're doing us dirty. Eric texted me and said they're doing us dirty. Medjit says, when you say they might come back for negotiation or make an offer for our shares, can they force us to sell if we don't agree on price? I don't know the answer to those kind of questions. I really don't. In fact, I think it would be something. I think it would be a historical event that has never occurred ever before. We'll have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what what kind of powers would even be in like how they could force us to sell, or even if we could, uh, you know, um, say no collectively. Um, I really don't know these answers. We're gonna have to deal with them. We're gonna have to deal with everything that happens going forward as it comes. And as a community, we can talk things over and have the opportunity to be able to just discuss like what do we think is the right thing to do, and um, we don't have to just make these decisions on our own. We can at least discuss them together. If you have no intentions of selling your shares whatsoever, Pro Jeweler, it's probably not a bad idea, right? Like if you have like just zero intentions whatsoever, that may not be a bad idea. But that's entirely up to you, right? I'm not going to um, I'm not going to suggest that you should do it or anything like that. It's entirely up to you. I personally probably wouldn't do it only because of the fact that I know that it costs money to get in there, and I've actively tried to trade a share through Computer Share, and I did not like their platform at all. I would not. This is me personally. I would not trust my shares to be able to be sold when I wanted to, how I wanted to, at the price I wanted to. What you need to do, Pro Jeweler, what I would suggest is I would try using their system. Go buy something through their system and see how it works for you, and see if it's something that you're willing to submit yourself to. Yeah, I haven't seen anything at all last year either. Nothing. Zilch. Zero. Nada. This is why I suggested a while back, though, guys, that what if they came to us and negotiated like a digital currency, right? What if they did come to you and said 10,000 per share with a digital currency? Would you accept that? But it had like some kind of like stipulation where you could only cash out like 10% or 20% annually out of the digital currency. So, I mean, who knows? I'm spitballing here, just making stuff up as we go. But I mean, who knows? Who knows what because that way with a digital currency, they could inject a digital currency into the market. They could have it slow released over time because people could only dump 20% a year or 10%. I'm just making numbers up here. Who knows? But it would yeah, exactly, like a 30-year payout, tax free or something like that. It would be tax free. You could who knows? There could be tons of different ways you can negotiate it. Um, but these are all I'm making this stuff up here, right? Like this to suggest that this is actually going to happen is very far fetched. But can you imagine if you go and look at if you go and you look at what happened with I'm going to Overstock. If you go back and you look at what happened with Overstock, they got into litigation, and when they were litigating, they had a settlement that was given to them through the litigation, and people actually sold off their settlements. People were allowed to sell off their settlements. So people, I believe, um, who was it? Bitcoin bought. No, no. Who was it? I can't remember what it is. Somehow Bitcoin is attached to the settlement, and whoever bought it was a cryptocurrency was hedge funds, and they somehow wrapped the settlement into Bitcoin, and they end up having to pay the Bitcoin or what I don't know. I forget what it is, but there's history out there that says that some kind of negotiations could happen through some kind of litigation. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I'm pretty sure that those people probably made out. 10 pounds of bugs per share. Einstein says, "Not for me. They took my cash easy enough. Now I want theirs." I'm, I'm kind of with you a little bit, Einstein. Dr. Zena says it's not going to come to negotiations. I don't know that it will. It may not. And in which case, I'm just going to get to sit here and watch trading indicators, which is what I planned on doing from the get-go. That's my plan. If it does come to negotiations, it's a good thing we have a community where we can talk. Yeah, I'm not in favor of legal litigations next year at all. I'm not in favor of that. Honestly, myself, we would probably be on our own as shareholders, we would be on our own. ABC, I imagine the kitchen sinks comes when we're in the hundreds. Again, Don, I'm making stuff up here. I have no idea. I really don't know. Maybe go back and take a look what happened with um, Overstock. Maybe Overstock bought or had lawyers that were negotiating on behalf of the shareholders for the company. I don't know the answer. But I don't want to see it to come. Negotiations is my least favorite option. I don't want to see that. I feel like we stand to make more money by not negotiating. Point Blank Thor said, when Michael Jordan was heading into the fourth quarter in the championship game, would he have accepted a referee choice for final score? Hell no. Winners drive to the hoop and pour it on. That's right. Yeah, screw the Hedgies. Screw them. But I'm not going to worry about it, guys. I'm not going to worry about it until we get there. And, we'll see what happens along the way. Let's see if there's any. Let me see if there's any current news on NYSE Ape. I'm looking to see if there's anything listed here. Okay, I don't see any new news. Let me check this. Hmm. Somebody posted something that says Ape share for sale on 8/22 starting at a low price of only $1 million. That would actually be funny. Like people should start creating I wonder if anybody can do that. I wonder if people could go to like eBay. I wonder if people could go to eBay and say like post up a listing for an ape share at $1 million, or maybe eBay has like limitations on how much you can post it for, and then like get that like trending, get the ape share trending to see how high the price can be bid up. Can you imagine? Could you do that? Oh man, is that possible? I don't even know if that might break some kind of SEC rules. I don't know why we haven't thought of that yet. That would be. Can you do that? Can you auction a share of something? I wonder if that's possible. Because if we could get something like that trending, I don't know if that's illegal. I don't know if that's illegal, but if we got something trending like that, I might have to call a lawyer. I might have to call a lawyer because that actually sounds like a really good idea to like trend a single share of Ape for sale and see how high the price can get to. How would you do that? That's got to be illegal. It has to be illegal. I'm sure you can't trade shares off market. That would probably be like completely illegal. But it's not a bad idea though. Yeah, we can't sell securities. That's why I'm saying it would be completely illegal to do that. Casey, how can they short Ape aren't different? Doesn't mean that they can't short it though. If there's the ability to be able to borrow, which according to the prospectus, I see the ability on page 19 to do exactly what it is that you're talking about. If you go to the prospectus and look it up, you'll see that page 19 has it in there. But the problem is we don't even see a listing created yet for it. Neither do we see a options chain set up for it either. Well, there is no such thing as paper certificates anymore, Pro Jeweler. But I don't. But if you were to try to sell an actual security on eBay, you probably could get in big trouble because. But what could you sell? Could you sell? Yo says it looks like the underlying company would provide legal counsel on behalf of and or retail as a whole. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't see desperation. I see absolute power and the flex of it. BioLife hemp, I actually kind of like the idea of that. Like if you could have your own off exchange, but the problem is we would have to start our own brokerage. And we'd have to start our own brokerage, and then we could probably create like an off exchange through that brokerage. Einstein, I agree. But now that they've moved price underneath 25, it's probably looking a little bit more stable. It's probably not as bad looking, anyways. No, 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 no. What I mean, Matt, is currently issued. There's no more. I can tell you right now that there's no more now. I know that they're from the past, but there's no paper issuance of stocks anymore. That's an old thing from the past. I know people still have them and hold on to them from the past. And I know that to be the case as true. But I'm telling you right now, if you contact the DTC and try to get an issued if you try to get a paper issued, actually you'd contact your broker, I think. But if you try to get a paper issued certificate, you would not. Those are no longer in existence. You can't get new ones. Yeah, I know Boss. I've heard Boss is in the process of doing that. I think it's a pretty. Well, I mean, it's not a bad idea, but I don't know what he's doing exactly. So, I mean, uh, you know, it might be a good thing. It depends on how it's set up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's talking about opening up his own brokerage. But I had discussed with my mom a while back, like, if Apes decided to open up a nonprofit organization that was a brokerage, and then, net proceeds would be distributed between shareholders within the brokerage. The only thing I don't know is how man, there's a massive sell order here of 100,000 shares at $25. They do not want to see the price over $25 right now. Let me get rid of my big tramp in here so you guys can see it. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Oh no, it's not. 2 more minutes. $25. There's a massive wall here, and it's right on the hour. And I'm wondering if there's not like some kind of problem with the price being too high at 1 o'clock Eastern, or no, 2 o'clock Eastern. And we're getting it's approaching. It's approaching. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here because I think this is going to be a historical moment right here, maybe. Watch the order. Oh, the order book's not right. Hold on a second. I'll make it better. Oh, it's not right. There we go. Brian, my understanding is you can't get paper shares anymore. They don't issue those anymore. Man, that's crazy. That's a very large order at 25. Man, that's a crazy big order. If that gets torn down, if that gets torn down before 2, watch for this thing to just absolutely start ripping. I think we're already past 2 though. I think we're past 2 o'clock already. The cat zone says this makes me want to punch wall. That is a massive buy wall there. Or sell wall rather. Sorry. Did I say buy? I think I keep saying buy. I meant sell. It's been a hot minute, Captain. It has been a hot minute since we've seen 100,000. Here it comes. It's getting hits. They're adding to it. It's taking hits and they keep adding. They add 100 shares to it at a time. Oh, it's taking hits. Oh, they keep adding more. It's taking some serious hits and they put more. It's 101,205 now at $25. It took a couple big hits and they kept dumping more shares into it. Now it's dropping. Now they're taking them out. They're like, no, 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 we don't want that much. They really don't want this over $25. We hit that blue line again. That blue line, guys, was the number that we had to break through in order. That was the 15% mark, I believe, from our last bottom. Let me just verify that information. Oops. Whoa. That was weird. Okay, let me just let me do my math real quick here and just make sure that that's the case. Excuse me. It should have been 2383, so I'm not sure what the blue line is. I don't know why I've got that blue line in there. 2490. Where do I have that blue line in from? I know I have it in there for some reason. I can't remember where I've got the blue line in for. Because 2383 would have been, our last low was 2073, and 15% up from that would have been 2383, and this number is set at 2490. So I'm not sure why I put that there for some reason or another, and I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna sit here and watch this for just a few more minutes, guys. I want to see what happens with this. I want to see what happens with this order, this 100 share sell order, 100,000 share. And see, now they're starting to open up positions. They're starting to open up 1,000 share positions underneath 25. So they're trying to they're sticking the price there, and then they're going to try and push this down even further if they can. Yeah, it's no longer on the screen anymore. All right. It's still up there. You guys can't see it because it dropped down far enough on the list there that it can no longer be seen. All right, let me take you guys over to the other page because it is time. Whoa, I lost all my pages. There we go. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that's not supposed to be there. All right, let's see what's going on here. Off exchange an hour ago was 56.46 and EDGX was at 9.93. Currently at 57.15, and 9.92. For a grand combined total of 67.07% through those two exchanges. It's getting higher. They're absolutely some of that price discovery was just lost through the off exchange. That's about a percent. That's almost a percent higher than I think it was an hour ago. So some of that price discovery was lost through off exchange movement. Taking a look at shares available to borrow, an hour ago there was a total of 3.94 million shares having been returned. That value is now 1.34. So they borrowed some more shares. That's kind of the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 18.12%. Cost to borrow average at 9.01, so that's down. Cost to borrow max is at 12.23, and min is at 7.26. We currently have 140.18 million shares on loan day over day, which is 7.8 million shares more from the previous day, with 2.78 million of that being roughly short interest. Options. An hour ago at a $26 strike price, there was 36.9 thousand contracts for the calls. The highest amount of volume is now at 57.9 thousand contracts. At a $25 strike price, an hour ago there was 11.4 thousand contracts. There's now 15.9. About a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts in volume, and market signaling a closing price somewhere between 25 and 26 at this time. And as you can tell, they want to keep us under 25. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is second with 53% buy to 47% sell ratio. GME is 21st with a 55% buy to 45% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $22.91. Shares available to borrow, nothing has changed on this in the last hour, except for the fees have dropped to 6.6%. We currently have 154.2 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 55.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 98.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.5, Dow Jones is up 0.82, and the S&P 500 is up 1.16. We currently have 4,906 advancers to 1,920 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's looking tasty. VIX is down 4.6, VTI is up 1.2, IWD is up 1.03, Tesla is up 3.23, Amazon is up 0.73, Cinemark is up 2.41, Doge is up 0.3, Bitcoin is up 0.22, GameStop is up 3.3, HYMC is up 1%, HOOD is up 3.43, NCMI is up 11.88, and AMC is down 2.86%. Besides the VIX, we're the only other thing that's down. We currently have $31 million more in outflow than inflow. And so far, we've traded 54.59 million shares. We've traded for 280 minutes. Putting us on pace for 76 million shares traded by the end of the day. We've definitely had a pickup in volume. I suggested in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 70 and 90 million. So it might actually be possible that we hit. It'll be really, really close to my numbers. Taking a look at the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.78, which is above average. On the daily, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 74.28, which is signaling overbought. On the hour, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a crossover the vortex indicator and an RSI showing 46.13, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, a massive amount of selling pressure here with RSI at 39.25, which is signaling, or it's under, oh boy, That's below average. Lost my words. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 28.39, signaling oversold. We printed a TD9 as well in that 5-minute interval, and we're crawling down the backside of this Bollinger Band pretty hard, so we should see a return to simple moving average, which would put us above 25. Volatility is way, way down right now. We should see a break perhaps here to the top. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. We need good old Gazer Beam Gary, Brian says. Let's bring him out. He needs to see this market manipulation. Curtis says, options effing Friday. Nothing different this week. I'm going to go play Call of Duty and let out some frustrations. Hey, man, go beat up some kids. Yeah, on Call of Duty, not for real. It just means that there's less contracts that are going to expire in the money. StockWiz. StockWiz is saying if they hold us under 25 or 26, what's the difference in the contracts? It just means less contracts expire in the money. Oh, yep, 100,000 is back up there on the 25. Tom's asking if there's a gap. Well, we should have to read. I don't really, I don't really look into the gaps too much, Tom. I know they're out there, but I don't really look into them too much. Yes, I can. Let's get good old Gazer Beam Gary to zap that 100,000 there. Kathy says, I do not like buying on the way up, anyone the same. I mean, that's how you get price discovery. I hate to break it to you, but that's how you do get price discovery is by buying on the way up, adding buying pressure to. Actually, the real way, Kathy, is to buy on the lit exchange. Route your orders to the lit exchange. By the way, the $25 sell order looked like it might have spoofed because we can pull up the time and sales and look for it, but I doubt there was 100,000 shares that were bought here in the last. Yeah, there's no 100,000 shares here. No, maybe there was. It looks like it might have been routed through the off exchange. Wouldn't it be nice if it did? Um, David Dixon said, "Is the $25 sell wall about to switch side?" Wouldn't it be nice if it did? Oh, Sam, not that commercial. Okay, sorry, Kathy, sorry. Just saying, I was just throwing it out there. Yeah, David's saying spoof. I mean the volume was there though, David. The volume was in that minute. It was there because there was 300, almost 400,000 shares traded, but it wasn't on the lit exchange because it didn't show up on the time and sales, which tells me that those shares went through an off exchange. Somebody purchased those through an off exchange. It looks like. Let's see if I can get an idea where we're heading here, because this looks like a giant. This looks like a giant. Maybe not. Hmm. It's free. Oh, stock whiz. If you only knew. Goes on. We're breaking into the system here. David Dixon saying, yeah, it didn't affect the price either. Yep. I don't think it did sell through the lit exchange. That's why it just disappeared, Yucca. It straight up just disappeared, but and the orders didn't show up on the time and sales. So my guess is that it probably got moved somehow or rerouted to an off exchange if I had to guess. And the reason that I say that it got rerouted was because the volume was there. The volume was there to suggest that the trade did go through, but you had no price discovery, but you had volume discovery, which tells me off exchange. Trey promised me 34 today. Really now? Is it on the lit sell side to drive the price down? No. I'm gonna go with no. Wait, hold on a second. Let me think about that. No. I mean, it can help if you put in orders lower than whatever the current ask rate is, then it can help, right? But it's not on the lit side. I feel like the driving side of well, let me think about this for a second. The driving side on the price would be coming from where buyers are willing to buy, right? So if buyers aren't willing to buy at a higher rate and they're only willing to buy it at lower values, then the driving force on price discovery is on buyers. Is it on the lit sell side to drive? So it would be so the opposite would be true then for the lit side. For driving the price down, it would be if they're selling for anything less than the amount that's showing currently. So for example, right now we have our lowest bids right now for the ask side are 24.90, right? So if somebody comes in with a value that's lower than 24.90, then that would be pressure to sell or change the market price to a lower value. However, the exact same opposite is true is that if buyers aren't buying at 24.90 and they're putting in limit orders for something less than 24.90, yeah, I guess the answer to your question is yes. Somebody has to sell to drive the price down further. Somebody does have to sell to drive the price down further at a lower price. So the answer is yes. Somebody has to sell at a lower value to drive the price down further. Could it be a scare tactic? People see 100K sell wall and think negatively. Maybe? Sure. I think in my mind that makes sense. Compare the two drops together, please. What do you mean by that? Compare which two drops? These two drops right here? Compare them together? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Steven. Oh, they're almost identical. I got you. Kinda. Maybe a little bit. Not quite. Oh, no, that's not why. Um, Sorry, I had a moment of realization there. It's a little bit different. Like I see what you're saying here. Because I am on a 5 minute scale right now. If I put it on a 1 minute scale, the drive down in price, I think looks a little bit different. But I'll tell you what though, if you're right, if you're right about this, then this price should come down to here and then move up to here, if you're right. And then probably just consolidate for the rest of the day out. Maybe on a small downwards decline. So let's see if that happens. That would have us closing at about 25.50, which is almost spot on with where the markets are suggesting we should be. The mad Shaw was kind of entertaining. I was a little grumpy this morning, but I'm still gonna hold true to what it is that I'm saying. Oh man, I was a little upset this morning, Apes or us. I mean, so it all comes down to the whole talking about other stock tickers. It's just not. I'm not other securities. I'm not into it. Mega Johnny says, wait, you mean Max Payne will win again? I hate to say it, man, but no. Remember, Max Payne is much lower today. I don't think Max Payne is going to win. What is it, 22? Max Payne's 22. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna come back at 2:10. Javi the Great says 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Javi. If we finish above 25, we should get. Let me see here. Somewhere between 75 and 100,000 contracts in the money. You'll know I'm back if you see the big tramp. $210 is in 2 weeks. Ugh. Oh, so you guys got me yawning. Ah, man. Dang it. See if you guys can not yawn. See if it's not contagious. All right, I'm out of here, guys. I gotta go take this break, or I'm not gonna be awake for the power hour. See you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys. I'm back, and it looks like we're down to 24.14 right now. They made an attempt to try and drive this down to hit a what appears to be perhaps maybe an SSR trip at 22.91. They got us down as far as 23.96. Welcome to the Power Hour. Oh man, what a rough run down here. So somebody had mentioned that the rundown earlier today looked a little bit similar to what we saw earlier, and I said, okay, well, we'll draw out a line here and see if we can't, see if it completes the kind of the pattern, the same pattern that we had from before, and it doesn't seem to have done that at all. So this is something else is going on here. We did fall out of this wedge here, and we've been on this declining. I don't even know. This looks like a descending, broadening wedge to me, if I had to guess. Let me see if I can draw this out real quick here. I'm just kind of curious if this is. I'm gonna see what kind of angle this looks like here. It could be a descending. Nope, that's a parallel channel. All right, let me put in a descending parallel channel, and that should be a breakout going up when we get there. Let me just make sure I got that right. Yeah, that looks good. There's plenty of touch points there. We got 2 touch points on the bottom side. I think that looks pretty good. There should be a breakout heading up. Normally, it's sometimes it's where you have like a level of resistance or support. So you might see something that looks a little bit along the lines of this right here. maybe a breakout like in there somewhere. Potentially, not necessarily. It doesn't have to be right here, but that's a possible breakthrough point. You might see us break back above 24.23, get some consolidation, maybe break out before the end of the day, back upwards again. But it could continue down this path here even further. So we'll see what happens. But this does look like a descending parallel channel, which should be bullish on the breakout. Let's see here. Mega Johnny says the NYSE has established August 22nd as the ex-dividend date. That's been known for a while. If the investor sells common stock before the ex-dividend date of August 22nd, 2022, as per the filing. Yeah, that's correct, guys. That's what we've been saying for a while now. If you buy and sell up until the closing of the 19th, if you are in ownership of shares on the 19th, the shares that you get, Ape shares, will be distributed to you on the 22nd or later, depending on how long it takes them to get all the shares out. But yeah, it's essentially, that's how it should work. Anybody who sells their shares between now and the end of closing on the 19th won't be able to be a part of that. And that includes, I think that will include aftermarket hours as well. So all the way up to closing. I almost started to take a drink and I spit it back in. I forgot to do a toast. I spit. Ugh, that's gonna be nasty. Backwash. It's alcohol. It'll be okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's go and do. You know what? We're gonna do BioLife's normal toast. BioLife Hemp's toast that he wrote. This nice little poem for us. Just because this is a screw you Hedgies kind of moment. A toast. Here's to you. Here's to me. Best of apes we will always be. But just in case we disagree, I will say it for thee. F you Hedgies. Cheers. GD says Casey's a spitter. I knew it. Toast to crow. To Hedgies eating crow. Retoast. Toasting. Cheers. It should go, but it should go to everybody. Steamboat should go to everyone. Yeah. Well, you know what? Misinformation is always a popular thing. Alrighty, I'm gonna pull up my brokerage, and we'll do the rundown of the numbers, the last rundown of the day, figure out what's gonna go happen here, and then I'm gonna go grab barbecue. We're gonna go grab some barbecue today. I'm gonna have barbecue with the kids, my wife, and celebrate the weekend. Start it off right with some barbecue. Rudy's barbecue, in case you're wondering. I like Rudy's. Rudy's is pretty good. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. Could help save you a heartache. And keeping somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. Sorry, I was distracted there for a moment. That's how bad it is, guys. It's really, really bad. I started reading what you guys were saying in the comments section, and it was just enough. Who was it? Somebody said it was Buck Thanar said, "I love that toast," and it was just enough to get me to start thinking about the toast, and then I couldn't even think of what I was saying anymore. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Casey, they have to be purchased by August 15th to receive Ape equity. That is not true. That's not true. All right. I'm kind of waiting on Bobby to write something back in response to that, but that's definitely just not true. So what happens is there's going to be a paper trail, Bobby. Wherever those shares go, there's going to be a paper trail. If somebody were to sell those shares, Bobby, on the 15th or any day between the 15th and the closing of the 19th, there's going to be a paper trail, and those dividends will follow the shares wherever they go. They will follow the paper trail. If you have shares that you decide to sell, those dividends will follow that paper trail the entire way through, all the way until distribution. So, be informed and understand. Ownership must be maintained until the 22nd in order for you to receive the dividend. That's how it works. Yeah, he might be. He might be trolling. I don't know. That's fine if he is. It happens. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Let's see here. What do we got going on? I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. You won't be able to see, or I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So Bobby will come back in here and conveniently wait for me to not be able to see what it is that he's writing. Whatever. So be it. Let's see. Did I already take you guys over to the other page? I couldn't remember if I had actually pressed the buttons or not. Off exchange. 57.15 and 9.92 were the numbers from an hour ago. It is now 58.47 and 9.74 going through the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 68.21% of our volume going through the off exchange. Our brokers were definitely responsible for pushing more of our product through the off exchange to high price discovery. They were a part of what just happened with price movement going down for sure. Taking a look at Vortex data, an hour ago there was a borrowing so far for the day at 1.34 million. It's now 1.47, which is a small decrease from where we were at an hour ago, which will have very small impact, but a little on estimated current short-term interest at 18.11%. Cost of borrow is at 9.01, max is at 12.23, and min is at 7.26. We currently have 140.18 million shares on loan, which is an increase day over day by 7.8 million. And of that 7.8 million, I'm estimating about 2.78 million to be short interest. Taking a look at the options. It almost doubled in the last hour. The volume is at 26 bucks. On the put side, the highest amount of volume was at a $25 strike price, and it's went from 15.9 an hour ago to 20.4. It's getting really darn close to almost a 5-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and it's still signaling for a price close today somewhere between 26 and 25. So there's that. I don't know. I mean, we are on the bottom side of it, so we'd have to see a pretty big run up at the end in order to see that happen. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, so far for the day today, AMC is the second most highest traded stock on the market, according to Fidelity, with 55% buys to 45% sell ratio. And GME is coming in 21st with a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. SSR trigger price would have been at $22.91 for the day today. It does look like they've borrowed additional shares in the last portion of the day today to try and short the price down. Looks like another 150,000 shares came out for borrowing to drop the price, which puts us at 750,000 shares traded or borrowed for the day today, according to Vortex. Fees are at 6.6%. 158,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 51.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 96,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 16.3 thousand out of breath. 16.3 thousand contracts in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.85, Dow Jones is up 1.03, and the S&P 500 is up 1.47. We currently have 5,000 advancers to 1,855 decliners, which is the market looking like it's cooking with bacon grease because it's hot. It's tasty. We got the SPY is up 1.44. VTI is up 1.48. IWD is up 1.27. Tesla is up 4.35. Amazon is up 1.35. Cinemark is up 1.79. Doge is up 1.3. Bitcoin is up 1.10. GME is up 1.62. HYMC is up 1%. Hood is up 3.57. NCMI is up 10.31. And AMC is down 5.15%. There's a massive push here to try and get this price down. The outflow versus inflow, we have $36 million more, I think. Yeah, that looks right. $36 million more in outflow than inflow. 65.42 million shares having been traded for the day today. It's going to be really close. I have a feeling I'm going to miss, but just barely. 390 minus, what do we got? 35 minutes left. We've traded for 355 minutes. Putting us on pace for 71.8 million. It looks like I'm going to make it. I think I'm going to make the prediction. I said 70 to 90 million. Looks like I think a very good chance that I might make volume prediction by the end of the day. We tend to see a lot of volume towards the very end, so I might get this right one on this one. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling. I used to have like a 95% success rate at guessing volume, and it's actually gotten a lot harder lately. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.78 RSI, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.51, which is signaling overbought. On the hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence of those numbers there over the last hour. An RSI at 40.48, which is below average. And on a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.93, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, and a massive gap between the two, with RSI down at 25.88, signaling oversold. So we have a very unique situation here where on the hourly, we have on the daily, we have an overbought signal, and on a 5-minute scale, we have an oversold signal. So there's some massive volatility happening here on price, according to RSI on different time intervals. Very, very, very interesting. It's kind of shocking, honestly. We have three multiple times here where we've dipped underneath the level of oversold on RSI, triggering this indicator multiple times, 3 dips under 30%. That is, to me, that is signs of some heavy market manipulation. There's a lot of stuff going on here in the background, guys. There's a lot of stuff going on. Manipulative. I can't even say that word. Like, for some reason, manipulative, I can't say. It's like really, I mean, I can say it. Manipulative is really hard for me to get out. Manipulative. Let's see. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Yeah, there's going to be all kinds of FUD being spread here, guys. Just wait. It's just going to keep on coming. Keto's asking, is institutions selling? They may be. I mean, I shouldn't say they may be. I think that they definitely are selling and trying to get in at a better rate. And it might also be that they're trying to attempt to. Well, actually, I don't know why they would be selling, honestly. They need shares as much as possible, so it's looking like they're selling, but they're not, though. Just remember that those sell orders that are showing up on Fintel Those are old. Brian says Rudy's brisket tacos for breakfast are amazing. Man, Brian, like I don't know how close you live to me. I don't know where they have Rudy's where you would be at, but you're not wrong. Those are pretty good. My wife loves them. One would think they would want those apes to sell at a premium to Hedgies. One would think they would want apes to sell at a premium to Hedgies. Scott says, I don't understand why people panic. We're up $8.52 this month. Next week will be interesting. This week was going to be volatile as the hedgies are panicking and thinking over their next move. I'm not disagreeing with Scott. Scott Shovels, I haven't seen your name in here before. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for bringing a great perspective. I think you're right. We have seen seen some really good price improvement over the last couple days. Um, I've got the history recorded right here, which you can't see because my big tramp is in the way. But from the 10th until today, which is in the last 2 days, we've increased in price. We went all the way up to 31.2% up to 27.19. Yes, we are back down again to 23.96. But we had a good run up there, though. It was a very decent run up. 23.96 is down 11.9%. When you look at these numbers, please tell me if you guys can see this. Tell me if you can see these numbers here, because if you can see these numbers here, you can see how I feel like you should be able to see how good this looks. You can see here on row 77 through 84, well, actually I should probably extend that out from row 76 all the way to row 86. So 10 rows of price movements from March all the way up till July. We were in anywhere from $9.70 to as high as $18.37. But here we are double topping at $27.50 and $27.19. We're doing good here, guys. We're not doing bad. So I really appreciate what Scott had to say. Scott, thank you for interjecting and throwing that out there. Sometimes it does takes an extra individual to throw in a different perspective to really kind of change the idea of what's happening here, giving us true perspective. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Where's Lowboy? It's Friday. Where's Lowboy at? Steve S says, please scroll back to my question. Let me scroll back a little bit. Hold on. Oof. Looks like I'm having to go back far. Hold on. One of my brokers said, waiting for guidance, record an ex-dividend date. The other says dividend of, yeah, ignore your brokers right now, man. Just ignore them. They don't know what the heck's going on yet. They're still trying to figure stuff out, and part of what's happening here is I think you're getting a little misinformation because they're trying to purposely mislead people into thinking that they're confused as to what's going on, when I actually think that they know exactly what's going on. And they're putting out false information to get people to try and sell their positions. It's not rocket science. I think Tony DeNaro has done an excellent job. Pantheon's done an excellent job of really kind of consolidating a lot of information and trying to dispel some of the misnomers about what's happening here, and so far everything that they have said has been absolutely 100% correct and right. So the idea that X dividend date was going to happen before has been wrong. The 0.01 cents been wrong. The 95.5%'s been wrong. Don't don't listen to people, guys. Like, just stay the course. That's all it is. There's the breakout right in the middle of the ding box. Dynamite says, not fatigued, rock strong. A song popped up into my head for this maybe next Monday. I don't want to. I don't know if I want to say it. I know. Sometimes I pick songs that you guys list on my Discord. Sometimes I just kind of have my own song that pops in my head, and I go like, that would be a great song for today. And I've got an idea on what song I want to play for next Monday, but um, I'm just gonna say this. I have a feeling I know what song I want to play for Monday already in mind, and probably not going to deviate away from that depending on. I mean, it will depend on what I see when I wake up Monday morning. But for the most part, I think I've already decided on Monday's song. Gary comes in here. What the hell? Why aren't we at 30? Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary. I'm sitting here giving a pep talk here, and you come in saying, "Why aren't we at 30?" Gary, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. Nope, not gonna be in the air tonight. No, 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 no. In the air tonight, it's gonna be reserved for only the special moments. It would not be that one. You'll never guess what song it is. It's all right. Don't worry about it. You'll see when Monday comes around. Thank you, Mike, for continuing to inform others. Buck Thanar says your jingling ice in the glass relaxes me. It relaxes me too, but it's more the alcohol. For you, it's the ice. For me, it's the alcohol. Kale, 2 weeks. Screw the Hedgies. Don't worry about it, Gary. You're looking at it wrong. Sam says YMCA. No, no, Sam. Guys, it is Friday, and I usually like to take this time to maybe talk to people in the back of the Big Tramp. Fridays are kind of one of those fun days where we can do that. I should have probably started like 8 minutes ago. I'm gonna head over to the back of the Big Tramp, and if anybody wants to talk in the back of the Big Tramp, now would be a great time. And so I'm gonna head on over there. It's up to you guys if you want to join or not. Just remember that you're being recorded for history, and it's your moment to spend a moment with me and just talking like two regular homies or homettes. So I am sitting in the back of the Big Tramp now, and if you guys want to head there and you want to talk, you're welcome to join. Yucca Frida says therapy Friday on the back of the Big Tramp. He puts on his trench coat. Oh man. Oh man. You know what, Thick? I'm imagining the back of I'm imagining the big tramp, and I'm really feeling like if I get this big tramp, and I really do feel like I'm gonna get it. If I get this big tramp and I deck it out like the way that is that we're describing it, this thing is gonna be epic, man. It's gonna be absolutely epic, and I'm really kind of excited. A little. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little excited about this big tramp more than I should be. Pantheon, it's good to see you, man. How do you get there? I will post. I will post a link to it. It may require you to have Discord in order to get there. But that's the link to it. And if you want to get on, you're more than welcome to.
I do not see myself.
Well, I see. Well, you don't see yourself, but I hear you. Hayden, how's it going, man?
Going very well. I was hoping to hear Pantheon's silky pipes, but we'll have to wait for him.
Now, see, you're applying pressure. You're applying pressure to Pantheon to have to perform, and that's not cool. He likes being let out of his cage, but only when he wants to come out. Like I open the door every once in a while for his cage. Sometimes he kind of comes out when he wants to, and it's his own thing. You let him decide on his own.
I have to admit, I grew up. I was in high school '79 to '82, and I grew up with sophomore year. I think it was 1980 Dodge extended hopped up van with the bubble top. Many memories.
Wait. This is something that your parents made you drive?
Oh, I not just made me drive. I wanted to drive it. That thing was a blast.
Wait. Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. What was it called again?
Look up Dodge. Well, a Dodge van. But back in the day, they in the '80s they hopped them up with the big windows, the captain seats. I mean, those were the things to have. Was a Dodge van.
Are they called Sprinters?
No. They're Sprinters. The tall vans weren't even around back then. This was just your regular, like you think of a panel van, like a white extended van, but then add windows, fancy paint job, mag wheels. Oh yeah. In fact, that the big tramp van, that's more of like I want to go 70s Dodge, 70s Ford Econoline.
So like this one, I would call. I think this is it right here. Maybe maybe this is it right here, and it's
with
essentially
a big V8.
Yeah. So this is what I would call the church van.
Yeah, except I'm telling you, we had stripes on it, and oh my god, big wheels.
Wait,
man, that thing I'd have to 90 all the time.
Is this it right here? Am I looking at the? I don't know if you can see this or not. It's probably gonna take you like 15 or 20 seconds. But is this the one? Because if this is the one, my mom and my dad actually owned. Did it have captain chairs as the second row seating?
Oh yeah, and the first row.
Yeah, first and second row had captain. We actually had one of these, I think.
Oh yeah, they were the bomb, and we always had a bunch of kids because we were playing soccer, so we'd pack half the team in it. Oh, that thing could scream too, man. I had a 4-barrel on the V8, and you'd floor that thing, just brrr, you'd be up to 90 to 100.
Look at this. Hold on a second. I'm pulling up.
I gotta switch back and look. Let me go look.
Wait, I'm trying to pull up one. I'm pulling up 80s Dodge vans. There's some dope vans in here.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Let me.
This is.
Okay. So take the grill on the red one. That's a. That's the new. Okay. I just saw the model they had, but they had extended like 3 or 4 feet. Okay, I got to come off because I'm. Hold on a minute. All right, now I'm back, so I'm not. All right, so now I'm not echoing all over the place. Am I still on?
Oh yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, they had an extended one where they put like another 3 or 4 feet, and of course in the back you've got the custom couch that became a bed. Oh yeah, but then it had like an aerodynamic top on it too, where it had bunk beds that came across.
Dude, like I could.
Now this is the same era. Remember when pickups had the shell on the back that had like the top that you go camping on? You put, I can't remember what they called those on the pickup trucks.
You know,
Overhead camper. Overhead camper.
I'm looking at this one here. It says six-wheeled cruiser 1980 Dodge. I don't know. For some reason on this page here, I don't know what this is that I'm looking at. I'm not sure if this is like a poster thing, but it says $57.88. I don't know what the heck this is, but I love this thing. I don't know what this is, but this is so cool. Like, how do you not shag in the back of this thing?
Well, it was fun growing up with. In fact, I see the one that's got more chrome on the grill, and I want to say that's 80. So my parents must have bought it before that. So I want to go 78 or 79, and then they changed the grill to make it look a little chromier, I guess you'd say. So theirs was the 70, 78. In fact, I remember when I was laying floors for my dad, he'd bought a PG&E van, and it was the same type of lights, the two big lights in the front, not the split beams, but the two big round ones. It was that year.
Right here, this one right here this one says 1980 Dodge Ram Van 2, but this one's got two big lights on the front. Oh,
yeah.
You're talking about not side by side, left and right. You're talking about up and
Right.
down.
Yeah, it just had one on each side. When they did the model change, that's when they got split. Or the year change. They changed the front of the van to make it a little sportier looking, I think. Oh yeah, those vans! I'm telling you right now, those vans rocked.
Oh my gosh, man!
Yeah, it was awesome.
Projuler says every father's with daughter's nightmare.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think I remember the term was, boy, that thing sure is comfortable.
Oh my gosh!
Yes, it is.
What a trip!
Now that I think those vans back then, those customized vans, those would give the big tramp quite a run for their money.
All right.
I'm actually surprised they haven't come back.
Sad story. Are you ready? Sad story. Oh yeah, here's a picture of the interior of these things in case you guys haven't seen them. Talk about comfy. That's there it is right there. There's the interior of one of it. Looks like this one's even got a mini fridge in it. Dude, this is legit like how you want to live. Like, I mean, if you're going to travel in style, like this is the way to go. This is definitely the way to go.
They're the precursor when you think about it, of the Sprinter vans today, where they've got the airline first class seats in them and the big screens.
Wow. So, sad story. Like I said, my parents owned one of these. I actually don't know if it was a Dodge or not, but they did own a van very similar looking to these. And my mom wrecked it. She wrecked it hitting a horse. The horse came out, jumped right out in the middle of her in the middle of the night, and she almost died. I mean, it was really tragic and very extremely tragic moment for her. And she loves horses, so it was like really super tragic for her. But yeah, so that van was absolutely totaled. Luckily, she walked away from that. But look at this
those
one.
vans are pre airbag too.
Yeah, definitely pre airbag. Yucca Frida says Adam Aaron just tweeted. Let's check it out. Nope. That was 5 hours ago. No new tweets. Oh man. Man, that takes me way back. You know what? I would take one of these. I think I would take one of these over the big tramp. The only problem is I don't know if I'd want to call it the big tramp though if it was looking like this, because I feel like there's a big difference between the big tramp and And one of these, like one of these, you call it the Big Tramp, and it's gonna have like a completely different feel to it. Like, I mean, it's not gonna be the same.
Oh,
It's
those things were smooth too.
yeah. You don't want to call it the Big Tramp. You do that on one of these vehicles, and you're definitely getting pulled over by the cops like constantly, and rightfully so, probably.
I can remember
Hey,
my dad
Casey.
bought one of the early ones, and it was he built the inside out of plywood. It was horrific.
I feel like there's a
Hey,
lot of
Casey.
shag carpet with that.
Yes.
Cuddy Cut, how's it going, man? What's up?
Good. What's going on, man? Hey, I can't stay on too long. I have to do an inside joke that I do with my friends, Casey, and then I'm out. With all due respect, I have to say, shh. I do it with my friends. It's an inside joke.
All right.
I love you, Casey. Thank you so much for everything you do, man.
Hey, no problem, man. And
Take care.
shh to you.
Yep. I love it. Take care. Take care, brother.
All right, man.
Bye.
I love you too. No homo.
Love you too.
All right. Bye. Have you ever done that before? Have you ever talked to somebody on the phone, and at the end of the conversation, like it's like maybe it's like a business call, and then you accidentally say "I love you," but you like it's just because for some reason or another, like it's just kind of one of those things where if you've been talking to somebody for a while, or you haven't made a phone call to somebody other than like your significant other, and then it just kind of rolls out almost like it's just second nature. You're like, "I love you," and then it's like that awkward moment. They're like, "Okay, bye."
Well, promotions just don't happen out of the blue. I mean, you got to go for it, you know.
I've done that before to a solicitor, and it was pretty funny.
Someone's definitely getting a call back, that's for sure.
Yeah, right. It was one of the things where it just rolled out. And my wife, it was funny because my wife was like, "Did you say I love you at the end of that phone call?" And you're like, "Yeah, he was wearing khaki pants. I promise."
Jake from State Farm.
Yeah, I love you, Jake from State Farm. Yeah, I don't know. Things slip out of my head.
Hey Casey, I've been dying to ask you this question, but I've been trying to word it to try and figure out it to make sure it's not NFA. And we've been bouncing back and forth on Ape and AMC. So just say it is if it isn't, or if it is. So we're MOASS. Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
That was too easy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So we're in the middle of the MOASS. We're week one. Whoever knows how long it goes. It's a dividend, and we're going to be selling AMC, and we're all going to probably, we're going to keep a little AMC. Is Ape our next AMC? That's the only way I can put it.
So that's why I've been trying to stress that AMC Ape is just as important, if not more important than AMC, because if you sell it too early, a couple of different things can possibly happen. You give control to somebody else. You don't know who the other else is that's going to be in control of those shares, and but that's your rebuy ticket. It's essentially Adam Aron's handing you a rebuy. And it's your opportunity to be able to move back into a position with AMC if you so choose to vote for that later on a later date, to move your position back into AMC without ever having to actually buy more shares. So, I'm not trying to tell you what to do or what not to do,
right?
But it is.
Oh, I get it.
It's your free rebuy into the tournament. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's pretty valuable. I don't know if you've ever played poker before where they have free rebuys, but they have rebuy chips, and you throw it on your rebuy chip, and they collect it up, and once that's gone, you're done.
Yeah, I keep thinking when it starts, and obviously this would be financial advice, but in my head, that's how I put it. In my head, when the MOASS starts, I feel like I should be buying Ape.
if you're that's the part I would definitely say I can't tell you what to do.
Yeah, right, exactly.
What
That's
you
what I've
want to
been thinking
buy.
about.
Yeah, what you want to buy and what is it's your money, it's your choice. I don't
Right.
even know if there's going to be an opportunity for you to be able to buy it. That's an entirely different question. We'll end up seeing here in the future, but it sounds like there's a lot of brokers that are talking like they're not even going to allow people to be able to buy it. It's going to be a position to close only. So that's
Yeah.
we'll see what ends up
Yeah. Oh,
happening.
and one more I wanted to ask you, and I'm sorry if everyone if I'm crowding the airwaves, but $10 is always, and I wrote this the other day, and I couldn't put enough words in it. So $10 has always been kind of an ape trigger, as in the apes, not the stock the ape. Has always been kind of a trigger, and let's just say that this thing went in half, 10 to 10. I kept thinking, why wouldn't the hedgies want to run the price up right now to ensure that if it got split in half, Ape one half and AMC the other half, to keep us above 10 because we all kind of flock to 10 and below.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
There's a lot of different aspects to that you can think about too. There's collateral haircuts that occur when the price drops below $10. So we're kind of like in this magic. We're in this magic, world right now where like too high is too much, too low is too little, and so they're kind of playing this game now where it's like it's trouble on either direction. So
and they can't lower it right now because then it would hit that below 10 if it's split. But at the same time, they're getting crushed because of max pain. What'd we say, 21?
Yeah,
anything
22,
above
22.
21, 22. Anything above 22 is crushing them, and GME is crushing them. So, don't ban me. But so we're crushing them a bunch right now, and they can't do anything about it. So they just keep bleeding. And as we always probably think to ourselves, who keeps giving them the money to keep bleeding?
The market.
God, it's just, it just always, and we're getting so close right now. I know I'm getting emotional. I've been emotional for 9 months probably.
I mean,
but
look how much Bitcoin has dropped. It was at 60-some $1,000 a coin, and it's down to 24 right now. Like, you want to know where the money's coming from? It's coming from there.
Yeah.
They're pulling out a lot of money out of a lot of different places, and that's why the SPY is not doing that well. But I hate to do this to you guys because guess what? It is that time of the day, unfortunately.
I appreciate it, Casey.
Yeah, not a problem. Dude Man Diaries, Yucca, I'm sorry you guys didn't have a chance to interject there a little bit, but thank you for stopping in here, and maybe perhaps next week
Thank
we
you,
can.
Casey.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. Keep it up.
Maybe next week we can get some more time on like a Wednesday or something like that to talk a little bit. So we'll get you guys in here, I promise.
Yes,
but
sir.
I'm going to go ahead and leave the Discord so I can end out this day because unfortunately, guys, all good things must come to an end. So I will see you guys later. Alrighty, guys. It is that time of the day. And you know what that means. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a weekend ahead of you. Weekend! Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go walk your pets or go see a movie. There's actually still some good movies out in case you haven't seen them yet. But above all else, guys, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
We're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon. Here.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm a one-way motorway. I'm a It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. It's times like these you learn to live again. It's times like these you give and give again. It's times like these you learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time